5 of the fastest 147s on record, and his sure fast style of play, it's no wonder why this man is so compelling to watch. Twice world and reigning Masters champion, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan!
Thank you. The first frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
This time a week ago, we thought that Ronnie O'Sullivan versus Ding Junhui might be the match of the championship. It wasn't, because O'Sullivan was much too good and won 10-2. But O'Sullivan's opponent today, Neil Robertson, has beaten O'Sullivan on both occasions he's played in this season. And as he quickly demonstrated, is arguably the best long potter in the game.
Yes, it's that break-off shot. It's becoming a poison chalice, really, to win the toss and decide to break. Particularly with potters like Neil, you've got to get a good length with a cue ball. Otherwise you leave yourself open for knocking a long pot in. And who's to know what may follow.
Robertson, winner of October's Grand Prix in Aberdeen and February's Welsh Open in Newport. The only player to win 2 world ranking titles this season.
Thanks. 8. For 14. 15. 21. 22. 28.
Ronnie O'Sullivan just broke off, and that's all that he's allowed to do at the moment. He just didn't get that cue ball close enough to the baulk cushion. Bounced off and left a chance of a long pot, which his opponent knocked in. And you wouldn't be human, Clive, if you weren't a little bit nervous in a match of this stature, but he certainly doesn't seem to be showing with Neil Robertson hitting the balls in the heart of the pocket. I mean, said that, he's just slightly run out of position, but he looks in a very confident mood.
Yes, this young Australian knows how good he is. He knows that he's got a great chance to win this title, if not this year, then in the next few years,
the problem for Neil here is he hasn't got a lot of margin of error, so needs to get the cue ball somewhere near that circle. Just a bit narrow. He's running on. I don't think he's going to be on anything.
32.
Let's end a break.
yes, the cue ball had a long way to run and not a huge margin of error to run into.
Neil Robertson, 32.
But it was a good, confident start, and he didn't miss anything. Potted the green, but just overrun it, as you say. And he was playing for a very small part of the table to be on the only red he could play on. But at least if you pot the ball, you have a chance of playing in good safety.
O'Sullivan's safety short of the ball line. Another extremely confident long pot. A chance to get this opening frame swiftly under his belt.
8. $14. $15.
To be very precise with that positional shot, and he couldn't have played it any better. This is a terrific start from Neil. It really is.
21. $22.
Played that cannon in the knowledge that if he didn't finish on the black, he was going to be on the pink.
You say 61 ahead, 75 remaining.
29.
With a red and a black, and Ronnie O'Sullivan would be at the point where he needs a snooker.
30.
Ooh, that flew off there. But he's just about on the black, but look at this cue ball, it just sprung off the side cushion. It was just a straightforward shot, it appeared. As I say, he only needs the black. He didn't have to play for position. And it goes as every other ball, right in the heart of the pocket.
37. 38.
It was hoped that by the fitting of a new cloth, the problem of excessively springy and unpredictable bounces
45.
would be solved, but we saw a bad one a
46.
couple of shots ago.
$52. 53. 59. 60. 67. 68.
'And by clearing the colours, could record his first century
73.
of the tournament, which would be the 30th of the tournament overall.
75.
And he's played the perfect frame.
Mm. 78.
Great long red, 32, lost position, decent safety.
82.
Another long red, and he's been at the table ever since.
87. 87 and the first frame.
Although he didn't make a century, that was an extremely impressive start for Robertson. Breaks of 32 and 87, giving him the opening frame without his opponent not only not scoring, not even attempting a pot. The key to Robertson's success in that frame was his long potting. Two beauties. This from O'Sullivan's break-off, 32, and that at his next opportunity, 87.
I certainly thought the second red was a beauty because he was queuing near the green. He could have been put off by that. And if anyone wanted to know what the difficulty of snooker is, you saw it there. Ronnie O'Sullivan, tremendous player, breaks off. As we saw, Neil got in with a good long red. Ronnie plays a safety. Neil gets in with another long red. And Ronnie sat in his chair all frame. Never had a pot to go at. No matter how good you are, when you sat in that chair, there's nothing you can do.
Back here, the second frame. Neil Robertson to break.
Good length on the break-off shot. It's been a week since his previous match, but Ronnie O'Sullivan has been up in Sheffield practicing down the road at the English Institute of Sport, and also here early mornings and late nights when nobody's about.
couldn't risk the pot because the black and the pink weren't available, so it was an all-out risky pot for no reward, just to contain his safety. But this red will go to the right middle. Ronnie knows that he can't leave this young man a sniff of a chance. He's going to go for things. But sometimes all you can do is make it as difficult as possible, and that's what Ronnie did by leaving the cue ball near the top cushion. But it wasn't far away, was it?
Wow. That was dead straight. Only middle distance, and he missed it by the proverbial mile.
Yes, but to be fair, it was his first attempt at a pot in the match, wasn't it? He sat out the first frame, and it was one of them that he had to try and screw back, so it made it even more difficult, but he just hit across the ball slightly. But it was just the effort of trying to get the cue ball back to the balk end that made it look even worse than it was.
And even if you're as good a long potter as Robertson is, you need to be very accurate. These pockets give nothing away.
Yes, I think he'd have got it, but for the cue ball being near the brown.
O'Sullivan's first pot then, with the match already 15 minutes old.
This is a tremendous break building of Ronnie. Immediately played for the red just above the black. So pot that, cannon the red to the right of the black, bring the black into play, and break building opportunity.
6. $13. 14. Are they off again, are they? Can you wait till the shot's been taken before taking the before the camera's shut down, please?
Yes, there's a photographer getting a little bit too enthusiastic and clicking his camera before the shot's over. He's had a friendly warning, that gent.
21.
He won't be allowed to stay. He does it again.
$22. $29.
Well, it could have been that the blue wouldn't have been available if that red had bounced another fraction, but it didn't. So he's on the blue and he's opened the reds beautifully. And he'll be disappointed now if he doesn't get enough here to win the frame. There's okay, but he can just roll it in. He still have the red near the right middle, should he want to play for that, but there's plenty of other reds to play for. But he's played for the one in the right middle now. It's all about the pace. He's going to go in and around the back of the black
35.
The black for the right corner, it appears. Just got to get the pace right. Good
36.
line. Came off the top cushion a bit quick, but it's okay. Just shows you he came off the cushion a bit quick there.
43.
And that time he didn't want to come off too quick, and he just underhit it slightly, but still not a problem. He's got a choice of reds into the left and right corner pocket. Still in good shape, but if he was straight, he could just roll one in and be on the black. He may have to go up for the blue again.
$44.
But as long as he gets the perfect angle, that's fine. And it's just what you want to see, Clive, isn't it? You know, we build up matches and then you wonder, well, is
49.
one player going to outplay the other? Well, from what we're seeing, both players look on top of their game.
$50. $57.
Once again, he was just a little bit short there. Still shouldn't cause a problem, but he's just underhit twice when he's potted the black and come off the top cushion.
58.
$65 points to lead.
65.
75 remaining at the moment. Red and a colour needed. And what a fantastic
66.
start to this match. That's it. That's the frame over. Now can Ronnie make the century that's just eluded
73.
Neil Robertson in the first frame?
74. $81. 82.
A chance here for Sullivan to become the front runner for the £10,000 highest break prize. Ken Doherty's 135 is the leader at the moment.
89. 90. 97.
A total clearance would be 140.
Yeah, but just in a position
98.
where he couldn't play for the black. Usually expect a 140 or above to win. Tremendous century break, considering he sat down all of the first frame.
104.
Well, not bothered about the red.
104 on the frame. You.
Nevertheless, Sullivan's break at 104. His 73rd century at the Crucible brings him level at 1-all. Fantastic standard so far.
Yeah, there was the first go, the first pot he played, which was unbelievable. Really, he was so far away with the pot. But as I said at the time, what made it difficult, apart from the fact it was the first time he'd really cued at a ball, was that he was trying to screw back for a bought colour, which was making it like a shot for nothing. As it turned out, because he got the cue ball back to the ball line, maybe a little fortunate to be so close to the brown, that's why Neil Robertson missed his attempt. As I say, a long way away, but it was because he was putting an extra bit of power in. And what happened, he left the cue ball near the brown, and but for that, maybe Neil Robertson might have knocked the long red in. But after that, Ronnie made the century.
The third frame.
As you say, what a
Ronnie
standard.
Sullivan the break.
Short.
Yeah, he's been having a problem with the break-off. He just doesn't feel as though he can ever not leave a red on. And there, he tried a loop bridge, but he hit the end red too full, and that's what took the pace out of the cue ball. It's a dangerous thing to leave this man anything on, as we saw in the first frame.
So Robertson again demonstrating his deadly long potting. O'Sullivan's hands are cold.
8.
Very often he warms them on a cup of hot water.
9.
Arian Williams just using his ball marker to measure whether the pink can be respotted.
Just seems to be rocking
15.
back there, doesn't it? Shouldn't do that on a new cloth. Well, look at the cue pal there.
16.
He's developed the pink nicely. That was a terrific shot, that was. Just watch the reaction of the cue ball. It almost gone forward once, and then the backspin, took it back, nudged the pink on. Good shot. Standard's frightening at the moment.
22.
Robertson has twice beaten O'Sullivan in best of nines this season, and I wouldn't belittle that for a moment. But best of 25 is a longer and truer test, and Robertson, in the early stages at least, is showing that he's quite likely to be equal to it.
$28. $29. $36.
Well, we'll have to trust her luck a little bit here. She's got to force the cue ball through. And
37.
no, not enough. And now he's looking to see if he can just get through to snick the black in. It looks doubtful. And if he can't, there's no easy shot to play.
Robertson 37.
Well, Neil Robertson hasn't missed a pot yet in a live situation. He's either brought a contribution to an end with a safety, or, as was the case with his closing 87 in the opening frame, he missed a pink which didn't matter. Well, without the help of the board pocket jaws, the cue ball would have returned up the table by quite a distance.
Well, I don't think that's too bad a kiss on the green. I think the blue has stopped the obvious red that Neil may have played for. So both players just having a little bit of a run there on the safety. And that's what could turn frames in this match, just a run of the ball. For all the skill in this game, you can't beat a run of the ball. Whether Ronnie can get enough of this red to play it into the left corner. If he can, he'll take it on. That's the red. If he could pot that, he'd obviously play it. So obviously he can't see enough of it. He's going to try and play safe of it. There's two dangers here. He's got to catch it thin. He wants to be careful he doesn't knock it towards the right corner. Well, I think he hit the wrong red in the end. I can only assume he didn't hit the red as intended.
Well, to me it looked as if he hit his intended red, but much too thick.
Well, he's so far short. It was just... oh, he got the angle all wrong and he hit it so thick, and that's what made me think maybe he hit the wrong red. But you could be right, Clive. Whatever. It was a poor shot.
One.
Well, almost knocked a red in,
Seven.
but could have been a lot luckier with position. No, that was a tough shot.
Neil Robertson, 7.
Couldn't cue that properly.
Red, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, see it.
Well, in one way, lucky not to leave anything easier. In fact, nothing easy enough for Robertson to attempt.
That was a good shot. Okay, he's bounced off the baulk cushion, but it was very awkward cueing. And could quite easily have caught that red much too thick.
Nearly the perfect line, and in any case, very good length.
Yes, and just looking at the situations of the colours, that 44 lead of Neil Robertson, he's looking better and better. There's only really the brown and blue that are in the open.
Well, slightly awkward cueing for the red that has come out of that cluster and finished near the left corner.
Yes, that's made it very awkward. If he wasn't awkward cueing, then he'd pot this red. He knows he's going to run into other reds, but he could inject a bit more pace in the shot. Striking down like this, the harder he hits it, the more likelihood of missing the pot. Bound to run into one of those two reds near the top cushion. As I say, hand on the table, you wouldn't even consider not playing the pot. But hampered like this, it's a dangerous shot, this is. Well, in the end, decided to give everything to the pot and not try and hope for a bit of position on a colour. Don't blame him. Just made certain of it.
Yes, playing to the score in a way. He was 44 in front at the time, and the overwhelming priority was not to leave Sullivan an easy chance for a counter-attack. I was a bit surprised that Robertson attempted the long blue.
Well, I think once again he's looked at the table, Clive, and thought, well, if Ronnie gets in here, he'll be looking to get more than 20 the way the balls are situated. Well, now he's developed the black. One could be slightly different. But getting back to Neil Robertson, I think he was thinking if I pot the blue and then I can pot that long red that Ronnie's just knocked in, I could be 60 points in front and the frame's safe. But now he'll be wondering, did he make the right decision? Now, is the black spot available? It's not. Ronnie couldn't get close control on these reds, so a good shot needed here. Good cueing required. And got.
9.
And got. That was a superb shot. So a chance, I wouldn't say to win the frame, but chance to get right back in it.
$16. 17.
He's looked at a few things here, Ronnie. He's looked at the possibility of the plant, but he's also looked, if he plays for the red on the black spot, can he get position on the blue? So he's thinking, can he get through to the blue?
24.
Round again. I think he's looking at the possibility of getting on the blue and then just disturbing those two reds above it. Was he overdone it? I think he may have overdone that. He wanted an angle on the blue, but did he run too far? He has.
Yeah, okay.
You can't really tell unless you're right down behind the line, so he's asking for the blue to be cleaned, but I don't know, he didn't look happy with the shot, but maybe there's just enough room. He's certainly got an angle if he can pot the blue to disturb the reds. Maybe he can just see enough. He played the cannon, he's looking at the plant now, but he wanted
30.
the cannon. Missed the plant, he
Ronnie
just got
O'Sullivan,
down
30.
and played that quick. It's a little bit careless, that.
O'Sullivan still 15 behind in this frame. But not an easy clinch for Robertson, with the last two reds still tucked under the cushion.
And now he's come the wrong angle on the black. This will take some shot to get, well, you couldn't get position on these two reds, you'd have to disturb them.
Eight.
Takes the 7 extra points and is now looking for a good safety.
Neil Robertson, 8.
First O'Sullivan checks that the red is not planted onto the black for right corner.
Didn't do that very well, Ronnie. Left his opponent with his hand on the table. Okay, no pot on, but you'd expect now a better safety shot from Neil. Well, he's hit the brown. So neither player has really, in this couple of safety exchanges, produced anything that's putting your opponent in trouble.
O'Sullivan's long pot just fails.
I'm surprised he missed there from the Australian. He missed many of those, does he? Wasn't doing a lot with the cue ball. In a way, he was lucky that he didn't flick the green and pink into play and leave this red.
1.
Well, Ronnie has got evil thoughts in his mind here. He's going to play the snooker, and it will be a tough one.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Basically, what he's done is tried to cover the left-hand side of the table to get out the snooker. He can't come down the right-hand side, Neil, because of the black. So the only way is twice across, and I'll tell you what, this is a tough hit. And well, is there a gap there? Don't think he can get to it direct, but maybe a slight bend. But the problem is, if he plays down, striking down with left-hand side, it will push the thing, so he's got to be careful he doesn't hit the pink here. Tremendous shot. Absolutely sensational. And Ronnie tapping the table all the way round in appreciation. That was absolutely first class. Well played.
Colours have been developed into possible positions. Even the yellow is not that bad.
Yeah. Well, it was a good shot, and no easy guarantee safety here for Neil Robertson. Obviously there's a chance he could cut this red into the far right corner, but Ronnie's got a good cue ball, so the pot or safety is not easy here. 22 points in it. But all the colours are on if Neil was to make a mistake, so be very, very mindful of the fact that even though he's got a 22-point lead, if he left this red on, Ronnie would become slight favourite for the frame.
Robertson has been considering this for just over a minute. That's the one thing he didn't bargain for, but the question is, can O'Sullivan reach the potting angle? If he can't, he might be able to play a very good tactical shot, but of course he'd prefer to be able to pot it.
Yeah, there's no way he can pot it, so he was a bit fortunate there, was Neil. He was bemoaning his luck when the cue ball hit the jaw of the pocket and went back up there, but now the balls have settled, he'll be realising he was a bit fortunate. And you feel that Ronnie here, to get real advantage, needs a snooker. Well, that was really well played. But for the kiss on the blue, it'd have been a bit more difficult. So swerving round to get to the top cushion. The old story, can he hit the red and get it safe? I think the answer is no. I think Ronnie can just get past the blue, so here's his chance.
And the blue has been nicked out to a better position.
Yes, it all depends on the... Well, we're looking at it there. I think he can hold. I mean, if you wanted to play for anything here, you'd like to look for a nice angle on something like the brown that could get you behind the yellow, the awkward yellow. The yellow looks to be the only awkward ball here. Oh, well, this doesn't look too good at the moment.
One.
And it doesn't look too good now.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Couldn't get on the yellow from the green, and the pink was too tricky. Couldn't get on the yellow from that either.
Well, this is a toughie. I'm not quite certain which part of the cushion he can hit. Even if he could get to the baulk cushion, the natural angle off the baulk cushion, the pink would be in the way of him hitting the yellow, you would have thought. If he comes where he's pointing his cue now, is the black in the way, or is there just enough room? You wouldn't know, and yet, unless you were up that end of the table. Oh, that's a hit. What a hit. Well, that was amazing. He just had enough cushion to play that hit. That's two tremendous hits he's made out of snookers here. This isn't the easiest safety shot to play. Well, that's not too bad. The yellow, the key to the frame, it doesn't really matter to me how many points are in it now. I think whoever gets the yellow wins the frame.
Foul.
Well,
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
he sent that yellow dangerously close to the corner pocket, but for the in-off he probably wouldn't have left it, but he's left it now.
Two.
Doesn't want to be too thin on this green, otherwise he can't get position for brown.
Yes, when I said a few moments ago whoever gets the yellow should win the frame, of course the brown was in the open then. When Neil Robertson went in off the brown, it knocked the brown to the baulk cushion. So will Ronnie play to pot this green, or will he play the snooker behind the black? Well, he's tried to get on the brown. What an effort this is. Ooh, he wasn't far short, was he? Now he'll play the snooker.
Yes, it would always have been at the back of his mind that if he didn't get on the brown, he was going to leave the cue ball close enough to give himself the best chance of playing a snooker.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 5.
And now the age-old problem for Neil. Just got to hope for the best. Can he hit the brown and get it safe? He has played some wonderful escapes.
Yes, and it wasn't by accident that he hit the side of the brown, which was going to bring the cue ball back towards the baulk cushion. No attempt at the pot there, because he couldn't get on the blue.
Yes, and the kiss on the pink, which at first Ronnie may be thinking he didn't want to kiss the pink to the baulk cushion, but now that it's hampered Neil, this has made this a very, very difficult safety. And isn't this all that's good in snooker? The first two frames unbelievable, and now we're into the 31st minute of this frame, and it could be argued, Clive, that this is more exciting than the other two.
Well, in some ways, because the dueling element has entered into it. Fragmentary scoring, but good stuff.
I think we've seen 2 escapes from snookers by Neil Robertson that were, well, wonderful. So he's really becoming a top all-round player, the young Aussie. He came over with a reputation as just a potter. He's not that now. As Brown needs to travel, Ronnie's tried to get it to the top cushion, but it's not got there. And Neil Robertson now with a chance. 12 points to lead. Needs brown and blue. The only difficulty is the cue ball being close to the side cushion.
Stroked it in though, gently enough to leave himself on the frame ball blue. Oh, after all that, he misses that blue for a 2-1 lead.
Well, that is probably the most amazing miss I think I've ever seen in all my years playing and commentating.
5.
Played it nicely. This pink though is still no gimme. What a frame that Ronnie's been gifted here. Incredible.
Fascinating frame of 32 minutes duration. Robertson missed a simple blue which would have won it. O'Sullivan plotted blue, pink and black to lead by 2 frames to 1.
As quietly as possible, please.
We saw in that frame some terrific escape from snookers by Neil Robertson, well, which should have won him the frame. But this was the first one where Ronnie played a terrific snooker, but there was just a gap. There wasn't a gap direct, but what he had to do, he had to bend the cue ball. Now the big problem here, if you put too much swerve on it, you'll push the cue ball, hitting it there as we indicate with the blue spot. You push the cue ball into the pink, so just enough side spin to not push it into the pink but bend it round the blue. And he played it absolutely superb. Just look at this. And what? Half? Not even half of the red to go at. And it was funny when he played it because Ronnie walked all the way round the table just tapping it all the way round in appreciation. But escapes like that should have won him the frame. How can you explain a blue like this? And he only needed the blue. It's not as if he played for the pink. Clive, what do you think?
Human error with the best of them.
Okay, with the 4th frame, Neil Robertson the break.
O'Sullivan's just won a frame that he would have been resigned to losing when Robertson needed only a simple blue to clinch it. O'Sullivan's hands, still a little on the cold side. Very nice thin safety from Robertson.
Got to catch these just right if you go into balk. He's got to be careful he doesn't catch that red near the left-hand cushion. And that time just caught it a little bit too thin as the blue come to his rescue. It has.
So that's why Robertson has just played a containing safety to that red. It would have been very difficult to play a return to balk and hope to cover it. Didn't mean to cannon the green.
Well, he was trying to play a safety shot that would maybe snooker near on the edge of the red behind the green and misjudged it. He'll be disappointed to have kissed the green full in the face like that. He's not left anything, but what he has done, he's left his opponent with his hand on the table. You would expect a better safety. Well, you would have done, but that was poor from Neil. That was poor. Just wonder how much that blue in the last frame will affect his confidence, because he never looked as though he could miss a ball prior to that.
Nothing difficult about O'Sullivan's initial red. More difficult to get good position. Had just enough angle to force back up for blue.
It's just a bit awkward at the moment. He may have to concentrate on the blue. I don't think the pink is in the left corner. The black is difficult to get on. Of course, this is where Ronnie excels in these difficult situations. He just seems to... It's all about shot selection. And he just seems to be able to pick off the right balls that opens up other colours. In the meantime, he's just picking off what's the loose reds, waiting for that opportunity when he can bring
13.
Pink or black into play. Always a little bit risky when you have to keep going up for the blue, but once again he's found a good angle. Possibility
24.
here, he could play for the black. I don't really want to risk it. Somewhere near that circle if he plays for the black, but no, he didn't want to risk
25.
it. And once again, inch perfect position on the blue. As I say, if you once get straight on the blue or the wrong side, the way the reds are situated, more than likely end up break, but he just keeps finding that perfect angle. You'd like to be on one of those two reds. I think one of them will definitely go to the right of the black. And if he can get on one of them, then of course he brings the black into play now.
30.
Now he's got the black in play. Patience, but some excellent positional shots when going up for the blue. Has kept this going nicely.
$38. $39.
Well, a little bit low.
46.
Yeah, I think hadn't really got through the cue ball, because as soon as it was coming off the first cushion he went get up. This is a big shot now in the frame. Ooh, and missed it by a long way. And now a chance for the counter-attack for the young man from Melbourne. Just shows you poor positional shot. Got down and play it a little bit quick.
Missed it by a vast margin.
One.
O'Sullivan will be pinning his hopes on the two reds on the left side cushion.
Six.
Not Robertson's best positional shot there. There's something slightly amiss with that pocket. It's happened about 3 or 4 times already in this championship that a ball has fallen on the floor, having been potted.
Nine. $14. $15.
This is where he needs precise positional shot now, on the colour, on the red, because it's going to get difficult from here on in. Well, he's run a little bit too far.
22.
Similar run round to the one that Ronnie finished short on. Neil didn't finish short, and now he's checking the cushion. Well, he can obviously get to the potting angle of this red. He doesn't want the pink safe. Well, he's knocked it a little bit out of commission. Now just this one loose red in the middle of the table. Well, it's not the pink even safer. And I'm looking down the line, he's not on a red to this left corner, I don't think.
30.
Looks to me there as though he played a cannon on one of the reds and just didn't get into it enough. Once again, good pot. Where's the cue ball?
31.
Okay, but well, is he very straight on this blue? If he is, he won't be able to get close to either of these reds. You won't want to be risking playing one down the cushion, although he's having a look at that option. He'll do well after the blue to keep the straight going.
Green ball. Here, Robertson, 31.
Rather than pot the colour, he thought he was better off trying to engineer an opening with his safety.
A little bit risky to play it like that. I'm sure Ronnie was thinking of leaving it near a cushion, but
A far one.
looks like the... Well, I'm saying it looks like, I don't know. Is it... Oh, we're going to have a look, and the referee's taking the red off the table. Put it back. Now, can Neil see enough of this red to pot it? Ronnie had a look. Neil's had a close look. Of course, he'd be frightened to leave it there, and if he couldn't pot it, he may want to play safe off it. It's difficult to tell. We can't get really close in because Neil's in the way of showing you. No, he couldn't see enough of the red to pot it, but as I say, he couldn't leave it there, so he's played safe off it, but... Well, it's not the best safety, i.e. that he's not put Ronnie under any pressure here. 15 points in it. Ronnie O'Sullivan in front. Amazing, the first two frames flew by, didn't they? Both players getting in, making big breaks. And the last two have been really dramatic. Well, he's covered one red, but he's left the red in baulk available for the safety.
An unintended double kiss, and lucky to get away with it as well as that.
Yeah, he's played one or two shots in this frame that are unlike Neil, and certainly the way he started the match. Wouldn't be human if that blue didn't spring to his mind occasionally, the one he missed to win the last frame. It'd certainly give you a dull feeling, thinking, how can I miss a ball like that? and particularly against someone like Ronnie, where you need to take every opportunity.
A possible to the baulk pocket.
Yes, I'm sure he'll take it on. Oh, where's the red going? Well, there's a couple of long pots now that he's not been able to cope with. I'm a little bit fortunate that the red he played run safe.
There was no attempt to pot that red. Robertson was trying to tuck the cue ball in behind the black. Do I see some chalk or foreign body on that red?
Yes, they put a new cloth on last evening, of course, and they mark out the baulk line and the D. And I must admit, when I first signed the commentary box this morning, I thought, that looks whiter than normal. So whether they've put a little bit of extra chalk there. Yeah, all the reds are just picking up little bits of chalk, and that, as I say, it can only be coming off the D. Well, Ronnie left himself open for that one, and Neil Robertson didn't disappoint. This is going to be a tough snooker. A lot will depend, once again, on does the green come into play if he's trying to come round off a few cushions. Obviously he's got to go in and out of baulk. The red to the left of the black, well, there's plenty of room round that. He'd like to get to the one near the side cushion, but oh well, misjudged that completely.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
Neil having it replaced. So Ronnie's got some idea now of the angle. But I think if he's trying to get to the red near the left-hand cushion, the one to the left of the black is going to get in the way here.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
He might have made the minor adjustment. You might have heard Ronnie say, what's happened there? Because he thought he'd adjusted enough.
O'Sullivan's been playing a long time. He knows the angles on a snooker table backwards. Maybe the cue ball has been coming off squarer.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
He's puzzled by the angle of rebound. O'Sullivan has already conceded 12 points from this snooker. Fourth time he hits it, but not to advantage. Well, Robertson must have tried to develop the other red, because there was no problem about staying on the black, but having missed the cannon,
Neil Robertson 1.
he scores a mere 1.
foul. And the miss. Neil Robertson 4.
Never really got into that swerve. Quite a big one needed.
Take a look, please. No, need a packet. Back bit, yeah.
I mean, that's how honest the snooker players are, you know. I mean,
Okay.
so that's where it was, and that's where it is now, and that's wrong. You know, I mean, it isn't a big thing to notice where it is. I mean, he's expecting if it's a miss, he has to replace it. Anyway, both players have agreed. Keep, well, as I say, it's just a little bit further over, and maybe not as close to the green either, which makes it a little bit more of a swerve. Anyway, they've agreed, so who are we to argue? That wasn't a bad kiss on the brown for Ronnie, otherwise he would have gone up the table with this red. So Ronnie goes back to his seat, 2 points behind. This frame's still in the balance.
Forceful attempt to the baulk pocket.
Yes, and lucky not to leave it. When you play it like that and the red's careering up and down the table. Just not looked as confident in this frame to me. Understandable in my mind. Said before, for all the skill in this game, he just need a little bit of bad run of the ball and he can turn it, and that fluke could win Ronnie this frame. Because in goes the blue, so it puts him 4 points in front. As we see the red once again. He now needs yellow, green, brown and blue, and his opponent will need a snooker.
8.
And I think that just rubs salt in the wounds for Neil Robertson, Clive, after the way he lost the last frame.
Indeed.
11.
So, barring anything unforeseen, this will be the third frame in succession that
15.
O'Sullivan has won.
20.
O'Sullivan leads by 3 frames to 1 at the mid-session interval. Yes, the news is that O'Sullivan leads by 3 frames to 1. 4 more frames this afternoon. Middle session tomorrow morning, final session tomorrow evening. Now, this was probably the most significant shot of the first 4 frames. Neil Robertson just needed the blue to win this frame. O'Sullivan was resigned to the worst, put his cue to one side, but somehow or other
Neil Robertson.
Robertson missed the blue. Robertson acknowledges that fluke.
It's a strange game, isn't it? That's the first time, and that was the third time that Ronnie has broken off, that he didn't leave a long pot on for Neil Robertson. And he's still got one.
Yellow had a long way to travel, but it was a natural route to position for the cue ball. Whatever you do, don't miss the blue.
Absolutely. Well, we're showing a little bit of ET, wasn't it? He missed the blue to win the third frame, and it was in that pocket. That one was a different type of shot. Trying to open the reds. He's opened the reds. But for his opponent, was the only saving grace from Neil's point of view. He's tied the black up now, so that's out of commission and probably will be for most of this frame. But Ronnie has the pink to play for here. Interesting to see, if he does play for the pink, where the pink will go after it's potted. Well, Ronnie's just got up there because there's obviously somebody made a movement that has just put him off slightly, and got up off the shot and decided on a different red for starters. Good shot. Now, where does this pink go? You'd say that, well, it won't go on its own spot, so it'll go on the black spot. Now, that's okay, but it's imperative now that Ronnie pots one of the reds either to the right corner or the left corner. At least it will make one pocket available for the pink.
Seven.
Left-handed.
Eight.
Yes,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
half ball to corner, never a certainty.
Didn't make the most of that opportunity though.
Well, what was Robertson playing there? Pink wouldn't go to the left corner, so he wasn't holding for that.
Well, I suppose if he caught it thin enough and got the right potting angle, he may have gone up for the green. But I would suggest at the moment just a slight worry for Neil Robertson and his supporters. Although Ronnie's not played that too well. Well, I say that, he's got the yellow. I think he played for the green. Controlled it nicely, and now roll this red in and he can start to work on the pink.
4.
I don't think anything's moved. I think the pink will go back on the black spot.
Ten. 11.
Only the pink to play with, but Ronnie will be quite happy with that.
$18.
And these reds in the middle of the table are just placed that when you pot one, you release another one that will be able to go.
24.
28-point lead now. Oh, that was a terrible contact.
25.
Heard it. The sound was bad, and there you see. So frustrating, and what looked really as though it was going to be a formality. He's got a tricky pink now. This is no certainty.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 25.
Well, you could say the bad contact cost him there. He was a little unlucky.
Yes, the pink much thinner than it would have been without the kick. Easy red starter, but pink tied up, black tied up. Blue not well placed.
Yeah, but for the kick, which left him short on the pink. I'll show you what Hawkeye
One.
out of it. This is what Ronnie was hoping for, and of course the pink then would have been unmissable. Yeah, nicely played, delicate little shot. No way he'll be even thinking about the possibilities of winning this frame at this visit. He'll just be happy to reduce his arrears, get himself right back in the frame.
Seven.
Wrong side of the blue, which is not what he wanted, because those two reds in the middle of the table, he needed a nice angle on the blue to be good on them. In and out of balk, cued it well. It's not bad.
12. $13.
Again, just the wrong side of the blue. And in a shot or two, the red touching the pink can't be developed from above,
18.
because would knock the pink in.
Yes. Half a chance though here. I think he may have slight angle just to stun, and as you say, if you kiss that red, but he may be able to bring the black and the red into play here. Good shot.
19.
Very well played. But still that problem of the red by the pink.
Neil Robertson, 19.
Wobbled the black, coming round. One that, although he was cutting it back, he would have been disappointed to miss.
So Ronnie left with a red, but still that problem. Doesn't look to be any way you can bring the red and pink into play.
1.
Ronnie was looking for a straighter potting angle on the black. He's not got, so he's not going to be left with that easy a shot when he pots the black. Don't think he can get in enough to remove the red. He made a good fist of it, but he snookered himself. Gotta say, a little unlucky.
8.
But now with a tough snooker to hit. No, not so much that he'd leave anything, but we know with the miss rule now, I mean, something like this, if you don't get the angle quite right, could cost you a 12 or 16 points, which are vital at this stage of a frame. Because as I say, you know, you can give all kinds of points away. Referee got in really close, but just the red first, as we could see. .18 the difference, but the way the balls are situated, it still could hinge on this red.
O'Sullivan demonstrated with his last shot the craft that he's got. Such a wonderful potter and break builder, but very good in all other aspects of the game.
Wasn't the easiest of safety shots. He tried to get this red a lot closer to the side cushion. This is a pot you expect Neil to take on, and if he was to knock it in, we may have a new favourite for this frame. Turned it down.
Does that tell you anything, John? Is his confidence starting to go a little bit?
Well, he's gone through a bit of a rough period the last two frames. All brought about by that easy blue he missed in the third. Does affect your confidence.
Fine cut, one to ball pocket from O'Sullivan, in both senses of the word.
Yes, and that'll hurt Neil Robertson even more. He decided to not take the pot on, play the safety. And now he'll be wishing he'd have gone for the pot. But we're all wise after the event.
8.
So, 26 points to lead. Just the yellow needed. Nicely on the green.
We've seen 3 consecutive frames where there's had to be quite a bit of tactical play.
17.
And O'Sullivan has won them all.
$22. 28. 28 in the frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ronnie O'Sullivan leads Neil Robertson by 4 frames to 1.
Neil Robertson, the break.
Still an awfully long way to go, but a 4-1 early deficit isn't the start that he was hoping for. Well, that was an attempted pot. Long way out. Robertson knew that the cannon was steering the cue ball into black ball position.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he was expecting a full ball cannon on the second red.
14.
slid off it, so he doesn't even have the simple red to left middle.
Yeah, but that's the one he's going to take on. Just got to avoid a kiss on the green here. I think the one on the black spot will obviously go in the right corner. Well, that's the one he's chose to play. He feels he's got more control over the cue ball. Not bad. In favour of the yellow, I think it passes the green. It's got a nice angle to come down to the reds. Off the green, it'd be too straight.
That was meant to be a pack opener.
17.
Well, it looks like he's still on this red to the left middle. The problem is he's going to be running into another red when he pots it, so I'm not quite certain where the cue ball's going to finish. Oh, we managed to judge it nicely. Not the right side of the blue after going in and out of balk. And come down for a choice of reds either side of the black. Well, that's a little unlucky. Okay, he meant to hit more of the reds than he did, but at least he caught them. And just watching, you know, obviously if he hits more of the cluster, he'll open more reds, but to flick one red, then flick the black and then finish there, that's tough to take.
Bridging over 2 balls.
I see 2 problems with that shot he was thinking about. The difficult pot and not certain to be on a colour. And it was an easy safety shot. But he could have made a better job of it. That close, you should be tight against the baulk cushion. There's a chance of a pot for Ronnie here.
We all know how emotionally volatile O'Sullivan can be, but his attitude seems very good. He really seems up for it.
Turn the pot down because of its difficulty and wants certain to be on a colour. That flick on the yellow was nearly good, but I think Neil can just get past the brown to play the safety. Hand on the table. Well, that safety is just not good enough. He's only just reached the baulk line and he's knocked a red towards the corner pocket. Has to be said, at this moment in time, he's just struggling.
The potting angle was thin, so position was always going to be a bit dodgy. but there's no reason to be dissatisfied with the outcome.
Well, I'm not certain whether this is the red he's played on, because there was two reds in the middle of the table near the pink spot, which you would have thought he'd played on, but I suppose he's thought, well, there's that many reds to be on, I'd rather be a little bit too far than short. And he's on this red nicely.
Four. Nine. 10.
Well, you've got to think that the four reds in the middle of the table
16.
are goners, although perhaps I spoke a bit too soon, because the fact that the pink goes back on its spot certainly makes it more difficult.
Yeah, I think it's taken Ronnie a little bit by surprise. And
17.
well, I was a little bit surprised. I thought, because the pink was unavailable, he had an angle on the red to the left corner. He may have played for the black, but he decided to go up for the blue, but didn't play it too well. And he's played that even worse.
22.
So once the pink went out of commission there, I think he should have given it a little bit more thought. But he's played two loose positional shots in a row there. He needs a good pot to keep it going. Taking this red on.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
That was a tough shot out of the jaws of the ball pocket, and he's left a red on for Robertson. Robertson is struggling, definitely.
One. Three.
Just having a look, he's obviously on this red to the right corner. He played for the black, but he's just wondering. He doesn't want to be doing a lot with the black because it's a tough pot. So he just had a look along the top cushion, and if he stays near the top cushion, I think he can get through to the red that's nearest the right corner. Taking the lead
11.
now, 10 points in front.
12.
And every chance to make this a frame winner. Well, he should have stung through a little bit further than that, but I think he's okay. This
19.
thread will be within his compass, you would have thought.
20.
Robertson missed half ball red to the right middle.
.28.
The Australian's fine start is becoming a distant memory.
.35.
This red and a colour, and Robertson would need snookers.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 35.
Possible reprieve then, although the red that O'Sullivan expected to pot has run safe.
Well, could this turn out to be the fillip that Neil Robertson needed, because he needs another inspiration from somewhere, and Ronnie, well, let him off the hook there. I mean, okay, he might knock this in, but... Oh, and he does. So the red he missed in the middle will be a distant memory. That was a tremendous pot. And Neil Robertson now is certain to fall another frame behind. I thought maybe Ronnie would give him half a chance when he missed the red in the middle, but it's not turned out that way.
8. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Well, surely that's 5-1. Robertson needs 2 snookers. And first he's got to negotiate a snooker of his own. Good area to try and go, round behind brown and yellow. O'Sullivan flukes a snooker. There would have been no further action in this frame from Robertson had O'Sullivan potted that red. But the Australian didn't have quite the touch, delayed the snooker there.
1.
O'Sullivan might well say of his play so far
8.
that it's not been much to write home about. Unspectacular,
10.
but it's been pretty solid, and the way the balls have run in the last few frames,
13.
he's played as required.
17.
Yes, I think you're right. I think if you asked him, he'd say, oh, I didn't play that well, you know, but the balls have run a little bit awkward, and at the end of the day, it's a match to be won. And he's doing that quite nicely,
16.
thank you.
Frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So Neil Robertson sinks into deeper trouble as Ronnie O'Sullivan increases his lead to 5-1. 6 frames played, and still we must hark back to a vital miss from Robertson. Simple blue to right middle. Only needed this blue to lead 2-1. O'Sullivan resigned to losing the frame. He's put his cue down. But then Robertson overcuts the blue. So that was a mistake which really set him back and proved the start of a run of 4 more straight frames for O'Sullivan.
Yes, it did, and we say that there's certain frames that turn matches, and we know it's early doors, and it was when he missed the blue, but what I've seen since that frame, his confidence has taken a real bashing. Now there's 2 more frames to play in this session.
Frame 7. Ronnie
He's got
O'Sullivan.
to win at least one of them, otherwise this match could be slipping away in the first session.
Again, O'Sullivan's break-off shot well short of the baulk cushion. Red to middle covered, but half ball red to corner, certainly not. I think that shows just how Robertson's confidence has been depleted. He normally strokes that sort of shot in without thinking. He's left O'Sullivan very awkward queuing for what would otherwise be an eminently potable red.
Well, Ronnie played that, he thought he was running through, and but for the double kiss it'd have been reasonably safe. May still be, I don't think there's a red box, is there? No. He's having to play the loose red into the cluster. The red's appeared near the left corner, but the yellows come to Neil's rescue. And of course now Ronnie with the task of not leaving that red. We're just playing a little containing save to try and leave the cue ball near this top cushion.
Foul. Neil Robertson 4.
shame about that, but certainly hasn't left anything easy from the baulk line. Championship snooker tests out how psychologically resilient you are. What is your reaction to disappointment or a real shaker?
The main concern there for Ronnie was to find a path with the cue ball back to the baulk end. He's done that, but he has left a red to the right corner. One that normally you'd fancy Neil to knock in, but at the moment he's not quite there. Well, just about.
One.
Yes, a bit near Jorish as he looked at it. But this is a long match, best of 25.
6.
Doesn't look too good for Robertson at the moment, but if he can win this frame and the other frame this afternoon, he would trail only 5-3 going into the middle session tomorrow morning.
Seven.
Well, that's the last thing you wanted, not to get a nice angle on the blue. All the reds at this end and just the wrong side. Sometimes you think, well, he could run through in and out of baulk, but he's got the yellow, the brown to avoid. This is not straightforward, lots of top, lots of follow through. The yellow's the big problem to me. Just managed to get by it. Well, he's hit it too well. That was an excellent shot, but
12.
Unfortunately for Neil, he's overrun it. He played for the red just to the right and below the black. No value in the one along the top cushion. Risky pot. No colour to go at. Just a safety.
Robertson 12.
Well, Robertson can certainly do with some of that back to the wall determination that his compatriot Eddie Charlton used to show. What a fighter he was. Robertson has a much wider range of shots than Eddie had, but Eddie was a great competitor, as all Australians are.
Well, nice kiss on the green, and an even better one that it's the cue ball's nestled up to the yellow. Awkward cueing. Yes, when you consider the population of Australia, they've had some tremendous success stories in the world of sport, haven't they? Unbelievable.
And a lot of it is down to attitude.
Absolutely. Well, sport is about competition. I think Ronnie would normally try to get to the two reds that are close to the top cushion, but I just feel the middle pocket, the right middle pocket, is in the way of the natural path for the cue ball. And of course, being hampered by the yellow, he's restricted on how he can hit the cue ball. You know, it's very difficult to put side on the cue ball if you're hampered as he is. Well, he's having a look at the two cushion escape here. He's just got to make certain he misses the blue for starters. Ooh, and that's beautifully played. Perfect line. What about the length?
Oh,
not
and a miss.
Quite.
Here, Robertson 4.
Well, he could not have played that any better. It just wanted another couple of rolls from the cue ball. He got perilously close to the blue first time.
Yeah, you can see the fire on screen.
It's very important because obviously where the cue ball was, Ronnie thought he'd found the perfect line, and he did. So that's why it's important that that cue ball is right back where it was, but he's still got to get mighty close to this blue in this escape. And that time he played it with a little bit more pace, and it's come differently off the angle. Didn't get as close to the blue that time. He's left a chance of a pot. I think Neil's looking to see what the difficulty of the pot. Can he get on a colour easy? If not, he'll have it replaced.
Eight. Nine. Yeah, okay.
Among Robertson's supporters will be everyone at Cambridge Snooker Centre, his British base. He lives in a cottage just over the road from it.
$16. $23.
A little bit lower on the black than he would have liked. Shouldn't cause him a problem, and may entice him into potting the black and just carrying to those three reds below the pink. And now that's gone in, and he's brought those reds into play nicely on a red to the left
31.
middle. You expect to win the frame at this visit. But believe me,
32.
you will be taking nothing for granted. Every shot will get 100% concentration. But he's taken these well.
38. $39.
Yes, he needed to make a stand here because O'Sullivan was building up a very threatening lead.
$46. $47.
So that's the frame in the bag, and he'll be mighty relieved. Probably wondered where his next one was coming from. And there's one more frame after this, so his thoughts
54.
will even now be turning to that one.
55. $61. 62. $69. 70. Neil Robertson, 70 on the frame.
So with that run of 17, Neil Robertson ends his 5-frame losing streak, but still trails by 5 frames to 2.
Leave it there. Always leave it there. Leave it there. Neil. Thank you. The final frame of this session, Neil Robertson to break.
He's left his break-off shot short of the balk line, though.
One.
The cannon hasn't worked out. He wasn't playing a cannon meant to be on the black to the left corner.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Thought he could pot it with an ultra-thin contact, and in the end, amazingly, overcut it.
Yes, and this red may just go in, you know, past the black. There's certainly 3/4 of the pocket available. Got to be very precise. And was.
1.
Well, he couldn't afford to be too cute, but it would almost have been better if the red had made a very thin contact on the black, because then he could have probably potted the black and opened the bunch.
I think that's what he was hoping for. I think he was trying to come off the right-hand jaw as we looked and just flick the red in off the black. Can he get off a red off the blue? I don't know which red might be available. Well, there was one to the right centre. He's run too far for that.
6.
Not happy with the response of the cue ball off the cushion. I mean, watch his reaction. You know, you just caught his arm going up as to say, what was all that about? Anyway, it was just the extra
Robertson
5
6.
points and a safety. An excellent shot from Ronnie. And the thing is, at this level, when you're playing those type of safety shots, you've got to avoid a kiss on the baulk colour. And quite a few times Ronnie and Neil have been catching the baulk colours, so the safety hasn't been top draw, but that was. Well, you won't see a much better reply, and you saw Ronnie's cue go on the table. That was a terrific shot. Tight under the baulk cushion.
Yeah, I see the spot on it, yeah. Okay.
Something on the cue ball, just catching O'Sullivan's eye. It can be distracting.
But this time he did catch the baulk colour and has been a little bit fortunate there, because he caught the green, but the green has made cueing awkward for the red that otherwise Neil would have no hesitation in taking on. He may still take it on, but hampered by the green as he is, the pot a little bit more difficult.
Just a backward glance to check that he hadn't left possible to the left middle.
In your mind when you play these 3-session matches, obviously, is to win each session. Ronnie can't lose this session, but he's in a position where he can take a 4-frame overnight lead as against a 2, so it's a big, big frame for both players, this. I would think after what's happened to Neil, he'd be happy to get out of it. Just 2 behind, 4 behind, and well, it's a big start to give Ronnie O'Sullivan.
One of the great front runners, O'Sullivan.
Well, it wasn't a bad line, but he didn't have the length, and he's left a chance for Ronnie here. Well, that compounds the bad shot going in off in the middle. But he'd be disappointed. That was a long pot that he was quite a way away from.
And not ultra long either. It was from the balk line, but he hit it much too thick.
One.
That pack was a big target.
I don't know what it is about this tournament, but I've never seen that type of shot missed so many times. You know, whether the green be there or it be on its spot. I mean, it's usually a stock shot for these players. I've never seen it missed as many times.
I think the explanation is that the cushions are bouncing squarer than they usually do.
Foul. Robertson 4. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Not the ultra thin contact he was seeking, but hasn't done any immediate damage.
The one thing you've got to avoid, of course, in this situation is pushing a red to the right-hand side of the table as we look, because we know that the black is not covering all the corner pockets, so Ronnie's got to be careful here. And I said it, and I really don't understand why he's played it like that. I'm sure this red will pass the black. Okay, there's not a lot of room. But why push a red to the right-hand side of the table? Dangerous ploy.
Well, of course, the pot from that distance was never going to be easy. But it was a chance.
Well, here's a tester. Here's a test of the cue action. Ronnie will take it on because there's so much reward. If he can knock this straight red in here to the left corner, just stop the cue ball where the red is, he'll be on the black. Well, he got closer than he did to a few long pots, but he knew that was a frame-winning chance.
would have slid off the jaw and into the pocket on a lot of tables, but the pocket's very strict here this year.
One.
Got that chance with the reds as they are. Falls to Neil Robertson. So he has a chance of getting out of this first session, just 2 frames behind.
Eight. Nine.
Dear.
Neil Robertson, 9.
Asic pot. Chance to build up a big lead. The frame that he needs to limit his overnight arrears to 5-3.
One.
So in turn, that creates a chance for O'Sullivan to lead 6-2 overnight. The ball's pretty well placed here for a frame winner.
Five. Six.
A little bit too far, but you know, you always err on the being too far. Too short was no good. Play a little cannon here probably. Well, he decided to swing the cue ball round. How's he judged it? Okay.
11.
He cued that well. Dear me. Just a slight difference there in the way people approach the break building, Clive. When Neil Robertson was at this end and amongst the balls, he finished up going up the table for a baulk colour. I know he missed the brown, he didn't expect him to miss the brown. But Ronnie
20.
likes to stay around the black spot area, which is where the big breaks are made. And keep close, tight control of that cue ball.
$28.
Points the lead now. It may look straightforward,
34.
but there's just one or two little positional shots, and I mean now he's going to run into the red, so he's just got to adjust the cannon well. Well, he just
35.
managed to slip by the other one, so it was a bit easier to play for the pink than I first thought, but he doesn't want to be too straight on this pink. he was, so he's having to play for a red that he didn't plan to play for as early as this.
41.
Now he's okay as long as he's got a slight angle. If he's straight, it's a slight problem, this.
42.
But just cued that so straight and true. That as well, screwing back without excessive power, because the cue is travelling at maximum acceleration as it goes through the ball.
50.
And there you sit.
57.
39 in front. 43 remaining.
58.
That's the red that will give him a 4-frame overnight lead. It's been a little bit of a session that Neil Robertson will want to
65.
forget, particularly the blue in the third frame. We keep harking back to that,
66.
but I really feel that that was the turning point. Knocked all the confidence out of him.
73.
Well, it seemed to. Only briefly.
75.
In the frame before this one. Did he really impress? He won that with a break of 70, but O'Sullivan's frame winner here is going to take him 4 frames clear.
82.
Going into tomorrow morning's middle session.
87. 93.
O'Sullivan made a break of 104 in the second frame this afternoon. He finishes the session with a clearance of 100. O'Sullivan leads by 6 frames to 2 overnight.
And hoping to capture his 3rd world ranking victory this season is one of snooker's rising stars, the reigning Grand Prix and Welsh Open champion, the Melbourne Machine, Neil Robertson. And with 5 of the fastest 147s on record and his surefire style of play, it's no wonder why this man is so compelling to watch. Twice world and reigning Masters champion, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Frame 9, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Well, what a start from Ronnie O'Sullivan yesterday, taking a 6-2 lead going into this second session. And in fairness, 6-2 may be a little unfair, because Neil Robertson played his part in the match. And we may get a second now of why it's being a snooker that Neil Robertson missed a very, very easy blue yesterday when he could have gone 2 frames to 1 in front. And this is the blue now that it's a situation here, Terry, where I've got the pleasure of Terry Griffiths in the commentary box when we decided to roll this in. And this, for me, changed the game. Ronnie O'Sullivan's put his cue down there thinking I'm 2-1 behind, and this is the blue he missed. And look at the pace he played it, Terry. Surely to stun those in would have been a better choice.
Yes, if he was playing for the pink, which he didn't need, then it's different, but I agree with you. But it was a turning point in the match. Dare say we'll get a few more. Oh, little unlucky that. He was always little danger of leaving one on there if he didn't play the shot right, and the white just come through those reds, so Ronnie O'Sullivan's got one to go at.
Yes, the hampered queuing made that a little bit more difficult than it looked. In the 2 frames that Neil Robertson won, of course, he made breaks of 87 and 70, so when he's in the boards, he's still playing very well, as we see Ronnie O'Sullivan slightly hitting this red thick. Made 3 other breaks above 30 as well, and didn't manage to get another frame on the board. He is undoubtedly one of the game's great potters now. I think he's up there with, I used to say that Mark Williams was the best single ball potter in the game. I think this young man is certainly up there with him.
Two very good pots. He's going to need another one.
5.
He doesn't like to turn them down, Neil, but he could fully commit himself to the red on the left of the pack here. Just play it for the black. No, he didn't go for it. It's unusual for Neil Robertson to miss one by that much, but there was pressure on that one. Still early, just had a few shots, and if you put a few big breaks in, those pots are a little bit easier.
Played it in such a way that he felt that he would be covering the pocket with the black. He played a little stun run through there to hold the cue ball. Digging down on it, you see, knowing that it was a tough pot. But Neil's got the blue and yellow to try and cover that red with now. Just looking where he wants to put the cue ball.
It's a good safety shot. You see pink is covering the red on the corner, which was Ronnie O'Sullivan's main job there. Neil Robertson now has got the same task. He'd like to get the just looking there now. Well, you can hit the reds, obviously, on the right-hand side there.
Oh, this is a good effort. Without the kiss on the yellow, this is good. Well, it's not too bad after the kiss. He's hit the yellow half ball. Excellent safety shot. Another excellent reply. Two very, very good safeties from difficult positions. Similar sort of shot here, coming inside the blue. Trying to get the cue ball in behind the green. Got to miss the kiss on the blue if he swings it round two cushions. Well, he's just playing it very thin, so he's just played it naturally down that side.
Shot he's playing is well, more or less perfect. He's left one in the middle though, awkward bridging. Bit unlucky there.
Yes, it was a tempter that Neil couldn't refuse, and he played it in such a way that he'd be on the blue or hopefully a shot to nothing, but Ronnie has a red down the cushion he can play. Make a choice of pink or blue, run through for the pink or screw back for the blue. He may run through for the pink to make it into almost a shot to nothing. Whereas if he screwed back for the blue, he'd leave the red over the left-hand corner. He's missed it. He's not settled yet, Ronnie, has he? Not settled yet.
One.
Neither player started as well as they did in the first session when had a few big breaks there. 87 from Robertson in the first, 104 from O'Sullivan in the second, but well, there's a chance here, there's no doubt, but the two reds on either bottom corner here may be obstructing the black, potting into the corners. Pot this red, get the pink back on his spot would help.
6. 7.
Yes, this has quickly developed into a chance now. Once he gets rid of the two reds either side of the black and make the black available in both corners. Chance to score heavily. Obviously when playing O'Sullivan, the key thing is to get a good start, to try and put him under some sort of pressure. So he's put a circle up there, which means if he gets anywhere in the circle, he can play the choice of two reds, and that was a lucky guess, wasn't it? Dennis would be proud of that one.
13.
Too. There goes one of the reds, and he's
14.
played a beautiful shot there on the pink. He can run through and get the cue ball anywhere near the black, and he's got rid of the next difficult red. That was an aggressive shot. Could have played it plain ball just for the loose red, but tried to develop a couple of reds there. The shot on the pink, you see, trying to bring other reds into play. Very clever shot.
Well, he didn't really get anywhere near that one. And that's the third pot that Ronnie O'Sullivan's gone for in this first frame. He hasn't got one of them.
Neil Robertson, 21.
How many times have we seen that so far in the championships? Player goes down and he's constantly fully on the kiss here to split the reds. And forgets to pot the ball.
One of the things I've noticed over the course of the first week of the championship, Terry, is that every time one misses a black, it's always high. I don't know whether they tend to push around a little bit more on this cloth this year, but whenever you're playing a shot at pace, you know, the tendency is to probably hit it thin, but every black that's been missed really has been missed thick. Just needs to go top side. I think he's just about got there.
This is fourth attempt at a pot red and first success. Oh, well. Can I please have that one back?
6.
A little bit worried this morning. He doesn't look very sharp at all. Morning sessions are never the best, and he hasn't played a good shot yet.
Yes, he played for the red behind the pink, and if he got that, it would have cleared the pink in the two centres and one of the corners. There was a good chance. It's a good chance by O'Sullivan standards anyway.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
Well, he's looked 3 or 4 times. You could hit enough of the red behind the pink. Well, it was a little bit thick. Couldn't see the... I'm not sure if you could see the edge of the point of contact he wanted to go back down the balk, and if you catch him too thick, yeah, the white stops where you see behind the blue, but he's been lucky there. He's covered that red. I mean, the way Ronnie started, perhaps he didn't want to see that one. Played really well in the spells yesterday. Well, that's his first bad safety. Total misjudgment.
Well, you would suggest he'd not had a lot of sleep last night the way he's playing at the moment. He's really struggling. I mean, how many chances does Neil want to get a frame on the board? He needs to make this one a telling one. He's had more chances in this opening frame, Neil, than he probably had in most of the match yesterday.
6.
Well, he's got his hot water out with him. He likes to have a sip of that and warm his hands. Won't be warming his heart at the moment, the way he started. 6-2 in front. You're looking to push on, as we've seen with a few of the second round matches. Players can get in a very strong position. Gets another 6-2, he'd be 12-4 in front. You'll have to do a lot better than this. And Robertson, once his confidence up, is quite difficult to stop.
13.
The lead 33, so still at least 3 more reds and colours needed.
19.
Just going to play this with a little bit of check side, because if he plays it plain ball, he'll kiss the red to the right of the pink. So just run this in with just a little bit of right-hand side, left-hand side I should say, and just to go past that red. There's a little bit of side, you see, to take it wide.
20.
Not quite high enough, but okay.
$26. 27.
Just the red needed, so we won't worry about
33
playing for the black because it's end of frame if he pots it, I'm sure.
$34.
And there'll be no heroics with the black. Just make sure of the black to keep Ronnie in his chair. A very surprising start from O'Sullivan.
$41.
If these reds don't pot, of course, he'll try and cannon into them from the pink. He has the perfect angle. Pot one from there.
48.
Both players started very scrappily, but Robertson, when he got the best chance, made a frame-winning break of 48. O'Sullivan not looking in the zone yet. Robertson pulls one back, but still trails by 6 frames to 3. And Terry, there's a series of little misses that we saw from Ronnie, where, in fairness, he's probably missed more balls in this frame than he's missed in the tournament thus far.
This one was understandably, he was bridging awkwardly, but I expect Ronnie to get most of his chances. Again, this one got very close to it, and he's so strong around the black spot. This was the worst one, I think, of the pots. I missed that by a long way. And this shot, when he played for the red behind the pink to clear the pink spot, well, he saved space. And, well, the worst safety shot was this, catching the jaws of the middle pocket, and that's where Neil Robertson got his 48 winning clearance.
And all those five shots, 2 of course were quite difficult pots, but the other 3 were certainly unforgivable. And his facial expression at the moment doesn't tell me he's feeling very confident at the moment.
Cue frame 10, Neil Robertson to break.
Well, the errors continue. Neil Robertson, a poor break off there in the 10th frame. Left Ronnie Sullivan a red into the middle. Seen a bit of that. The players are catching the pack of reds a little too thick, and that takes the speed off the cue ball and also brings a red back up the table. You don't get that if they make the right contact.
1.
Played that well. Thin cut and a perfect angle on the blue. Played for the red, probably above the black here.
$6. 7.
This black was similar to the red he missed on the opening frame, where he's trying a little holding shot. He'll play it at a pace where the black will probably cover the pocket if he misses it, on and off the cushion for a red in the same pocket.
$14. 15.
He'll know at this stage that he's got to do something. He's fully aware that Robertson could run 3 or 4 frames in him if he keeps playing badly. Bring the match near to level again. He normally
22.
finds something, will he? Especially when he's in the balls.
Yes, he's a special talent, isn't he? Goes without saying.
23.
He's our prized possession at the moment when he's playing at his best. But I think he's so much like Alex. You never know what you're going to get with him. Sometimes he just blow a little hot and cold occasionally, but when he's hot, he's just a genius. Got the red in the middle. He played the cannon that red out of the way for one in the corner. He'd probably still play
30.
the one in the corner if you can see it. There's the cannon. It must be going a little bit too thick into the pack. He'd like to play it because it would open reds up. There's the red. You see, he's going to have to go into the bunch if he plays that one.
Hasn't left himself the easiest of blacks, but he'd be happy at least got the angle here to play the cannon. Well, he didn't play that cannon. I think he played to hit that red full on, leave the other red in the right corner.
38.
He's having a little bit of things going for him at the moment.
39.
Well, having looked very, very shaky, he's started to put a sizable break together here, but his facial expression still tells me he's not settled yet this morning. Needs an angle on the next colour.
44.
That break in the bunch, I would have to suggest he is the best in the world at this kind of shot, because he tends to know that when the pack is not good, he will play the stun up into them. And this will be a... He could actually screw them here because he can arc the cue ball into the bunch. Yeah, he played the screw, and that was just so well played. I can't begin to tell you. He had to miss the top red. Now, what's the arc here of the cue ball? To miss the top red, and then the spin took charge. Brilliant shot.
53. $60. 61.
I suppose this is what makes him box office, because we're showing all the errors he made in the first rim, and then he comes back with this. This is top quality stuff. Got a bad angle here, will he?
Yes, he's on the break of 61. He knows he only needs 2 more reds. I don't know whether he can screw and move the red away from the cushion. I don't think he can get into the punch. So he's played with a lot of topspin to try and get into them, and he's a little unlucky there. But he knew that was risky.
68.
He still needs 1 more red, and it won't be this shot.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 68.
It finishes at 68, but Sullivan be quite happy to at least settle down. You're all right to finish the frame there.
Yeah, the beauty of Ronnie O'Sullivan these days, since he's been working with his various coaches, is that he does tend to try and play an excellent safety when he breaks down. A few years ago he'd have been prone just to get the white up the other end of the table and in anger of missing. But he's worked very hard on that side of his game.
Well, Neil has a smile when he comes to the table. O'Sullivan played a very bad safety shot, and he's not only not left Neil an easy red, he's also put the black down towards the corner. Could pot that red in the centre, and as long as you're down somewhere near the circle for the black, that should be it. You see him looking again there now. This is a tough pot in the centre, even if you're playing at a dead weight. But Neil Robertson is such a fine potter. You may think it's 68 points down. He hasn't got a lot to spare with the number of reds left, so he could do with the black back on the spot. You can see the Hawkeye there sees the shot. Quite good Hawker, isn't he? Seems to get all the shots right. Oh, the cards are a little too thick there. It's a tough pot. The most important red. It's the one that takes Ronnie O'Sullivan safe now. 69 in front, just 67 left on the table. And O'Sullivan fans would rest a bit easy now. Certainly looked after the first frame that he wasn't with us. Just having us on.
Ten. Healer. Seventeen. 18.
Got a lot of table time in this frame. Neil Robertson hasn't potted a ball, it's been all O'Sullivan.
$24. 25. $30.
Well, they looked in for a minute, but it doesn't make any difference. The early 68 from Ronnie Sullivan was enough. He goes another frame. He goes 7-4 in front.
The ones in the boots, okay.
Well, Sullivan's early 68 is enough to take him now 4 frames in front. It's 7 frames to 3.
There's a key moment in that frame for me where we saw an absolutely immaculate shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He was in a position where he'd got the perfect angle on the black to play the shot. Now the thing is with that pack there, if you hit either one of the 2 front reds, you've got to force through the pack. O'Sullivan always sees the situation. He knows if he catches one of those 2 reds, it wouldn't happen. So he's played to arc it round those 2 reds. And look at the spin how it generated again. It hit the first red and then span again to get through the last 2 reds. And for me, that's one of the best shots in the tournament so far. That was a really difficult shot, played perfectly.
can have a word. Sorry guys, but it is important that you keep the shutters to right after the stroke has been played, okay? Because we're there just waiting. We're just waiting for the clicks to happen, so if you can just bear that in mind, please, and keep the stroke closed. Yeah. I just told him. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay, frame 11. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan breaking off in frame 11, and he was a little perturbed during the last frame that we have a position where our camera are in a similar box to we are in the commentary box. We've got a little box next door to us where they're, you know, in a slightly concealed area. Unfortunately, Ronnie can hear the clicks of the camera. There they are there, you see. You can hear the clicks of the camera. And what he's worried about is them clicking on the shot. He's quite happy with them clicking after the shot. Similar to golf, really. You know, the cameraman's never allowed to click on a player's backswing, usually when the shot's finished. And he got a little upset in his previous round, and maybe that's the reason he's not looked totally focused going into this session today. I wasn't convinced in the last frame, even though he made a 68, he didn't look at ease.
If he didn't look at ease, doing a 68 he done there, I wouldn't want to play him when he is at ease. I thought he was a really important, well, it's always a nice break with O'Sullivan because the way he strikes the ball, but it is so important to stop one Robertson. He's in again. Good long red.
Played this shot very, very confidently. Just below centre striking, just to deaden the cue ball as it got to the red. And now in prime position again, and he could play the push through the outside of the bunch here if he wants to. Now, you see, this is the situation where a lot of other players would just play for the loose red. You'll probably see Ronnie here forcing through the right-hand red of those two. He just plays that shot just unbelievably well. It's such a fantastic knowledge to play a shot like that.
16.
See, if you screw back, the white comes back towards the black cushion. He's played like a stun run-through up into that pack. And very unlucky not to have left anything more simple than this.
Yes, I think a lot of the players know what shot to play in the bench, really, but you've also got to play it, haven't you? So give him a look there.
17.
Sullivan just strikes the ball so well. He seems to get a good contact all the time on the cue ball, so that he imparts the right spin to make the cannon. Enough pace on it. Never seems to overhit the ball. In general, he's not a bad player.
24. 25.
He's played some really good shots in this break and has yet to get perfect position. He's faced with another tough pot here.
It's excellent. And Ronnie O'Sullivan is, well, Stephen Hendry is the same. They're both the same. When they get a good split to the pack, they're devastated if they don't win the frame from there. It's not that easy, of course, but they're such good break builders. Wow, another one gone wrong. He played the cannon the red just above the pink there. Hole for the other red.
38.
While the other one goes past those two. That's not what he played for.
39.
It certainly looked to be giving the pocket every chance. Any harder than that, I think he'd have struggled. But it's gone in, and now a chance to win another frame at one visit.
$51. 52.
What were you saying earlier on about him not being in the zone, really?
I said in the first frame he wasn't in the zone. I didn't even think in the 68 he looked great. It's looking better now.
This is one of the problems you're up against when you play Ronnie O'Sullivan. You're never
59.
quite sure how he's going to play, but
60.
Robertson had one pot to go for in this frame, along when he missed it. He hasn't had a pot in the hasn't scored a point for the last 16 minutes, which is normally 2 frames if you're playing O'Sullivan.
67.
68 in the previous frame, and he
68.
missed, needing one more red. He only needs one more red now to be assured. So it's virtually back-to-back frame-winning reds.
74. $75.
Probably play the cannon on the middle red of the 3, the one that's nearest the cushion. Push that one over the middle. There's the cannon, slightly the wrong side.
81.
Well, he's aiming to get his 4th century of the tournament so far. He's already had 3. Oh, that's fantastic.
82.
Left-handed as well. Could play for the more difficult red as we see the red going down the cushion. No, he's playing for the reds in the middle.
$89. 90.
This is a chance of our 34th tournament century, of which Ronnie is 4th this will be. Still needs that last difficult red.
96.
To get a clearance. Of course, just the colour will be enough for the
97.
century. It's already outplayed to see 104 and exactly 100 in this match. And now another
104.
104 plus possibly a table clearance.
105.
There's a chance, of course, should he go on to clear. Oh, what a shame. He had a chance of the highest break there,
105 on the
O'Sullivan,
frame,
but he's
Ronnie
looking
O'Sullivan.
sharp now. He didn't start well, but the last 2 frames, raised with 68 and 105, takes him further clear. He now leads 8-3. Well, he played one of the best shots again today, Ronnie. A lot of players, when they're in a situation where we've got the pack of reds quite tight, will just probably think about bringing 1 or 2 more reds out. Now, the key thing here, the 2 reds above the black, if he hits the right-hand one of the 2 and push through it, most players would have played to do that, but Ronnie's played the stun run-through up there, which you do. You virtually hit it plain ball. Maybe just favour the slight left-hand side of the ball. That's just because of your alignments there, but you don't hit it at very low. There you see we put it on Hawkeye for you, just about centre ball. Now the key thing is with this one, you play it like a stun shot. You don't screw back, i.e. you don't really follow through with your cue. You've got to force the stun through, and that gives you the chance of stopping the white where it is. Now just keep an eye on the white as he plays the shot. It hits the pack and virtually stops. Very similar to the shot you play from blue into the pink, because you're playing that with a lot of stun and screw to make it happen. He played that shot so well, went on to win the frame.
Thank you, the 12th frame. Neil Robertson to break.
And it comes as a shock sometimes when O'Sullivan misses a long one when he's in full flow, but that's gone by now. Nearly 20 minutes since Neil Robertson's potted a ball.
One.
He's gone one now though. And while Neil Robertson won the first frame in this session, he didn't play great in that. He had 3 or 4 chances before he put together a 48 break. It's very important for him now to settle himself down. He'd be delighted if he could make a frame winning break from here, because without much table time it
5.
takes a while to get your touch out there. Though you've been on the table yesterday, the feel isn't there till you make a good break, really.
One at the back of the bunch is available. He's played that really nicely. Purposely played to finish low on it so he can bring other reds into play. Some players run through, as Neil was doing. Other players may screw back off the bunch. But what you have got to do is follow through. He probably thought he was casing the second red a little thinner.
Yes, always first red that you hit there after knocking the ball in the hole. First cannon you're playing is normally the important one. The second red that you're cannon on normally flicks off that one. Look from here if you could screw back there, Willie. It's the better shot to me, but
I think with the screw back toe you're guaranteed of the cue ball, aren't you? Whereas you play the run through, sometimes you're hoping you get the desired kiss. Whereas you play the screw back, you know that the white's going to swing away from the reds for definite.
Well, a bit of defensive play there from Neil Robertson. Don't blame him. He had a few options, but he played to put the black tight on the cushion, hoping to stop Ronnie O'Sullivan's flow. There's 2 ways to stop a player when he's in full flow. You can either go for them or keep it very tight. Robertson's normal way is to go for them, but this year he's been playing a bit more on the safety side. We've seen it in the final up in Aberdeen of the first event, the Grand Prix, when he beat Jamie Cope. He kept that quite tight. He's a bit of a clocker, isn't he, Jamie Cope? Oh, he's brilliant.
Yeah, it's a shame he didn't qualify, because he would have been another one of the rookies you could have expected to do well. Got to 2 finals this year, Jamie Cope. Lost, unfortunately, both of them, but he's going to be around. I'm excited about the young players coming through, to be honest. Mark Allen, Judd Trump, Jamie Cope, Neil Robertson. There's 4, and we've got another 3 or 4 of others as well who are capable of winning. I think snooker's in great hands at the moment.
Yes, we've got young Michael White from Wales, who's qualified to play on the main tour next year. He's just coming up to his 16th birthday.
I suppose you coach him as well, do you?
No, he won the European Under-19s, and well, he is part of the 110 scholarship. Yes, he's from my area, but it's an exceptional performance. He won the World Grand Prix last year, seniors, and the European Under-19s recently up in Prestatyn in Pontins. One to look out for next year.
He wishes he had to push the black safe at the previous visit now, because this break building is a little tougher where the black is at the moment. Think of it only available into 1 pocket.
5.
If he gets top side of the blue here, he should play the cannon into the 3 reds to the left of the pink, purely to bring the pink into play, for no other reason. He's just looking to see if the bottom red pots. Now, even if it does pot, O'Sullivan, to give you an example, would be playing the cannon into the red next to the pink, just to clear the pink pocket. He's just having a look at the shot now, and that's definitely the shot to play. Because with the black out of commission, you've got to get the pink in play. Well played. Unluckily for him, he's not caught the second 2 reds. He's still on a red though.
10.
Robertson may be regretting that he put the black safe now.
11.
But it does stop the flow of things, and the game can get a little bit scrappy if a black and pink is safe, and probably that would suit Neil more than Ronnie, though Ronnie's very capable of playing a tight game and winning scrappy frames. He prefers the fast flowing stuff, as he showed in the last 2 frames.
Bit of surprise he's not playing the blue here, purely because he played the same shot as he did last time. You know, we know that this red pot's at the back of the bunch, and one in the corner's available as well.
15.
The only reason I think he's played that is because he feels that the pink is on now for the right-hand middle. He's just having a little look to see whether it's on easily. Still a little bit tight, so he may play the red down the side and go up for the blue. I don't think he can guarantee getting top side of the blue playing this red in the corner. He's coming very narrow. He's got a stun to miss both red and black, and that's taking the cue ball a little bit narrow, so it's not guaranteed to get top side of the blue if he does play for the blue. He must have played for the pink, but whatever he's played for, he's been very fortunate because he didn't play it like that.
60.
I think he played the pink in the corner. I mean, he completely mishit that. Think in the corner there, Terry, do you think he played?
I think so, yes, but he's got that little run that you need out there, and to get his 5 frames down, he needs a little bit of running, and he's overdone that. May now take the red along the cushion.
22.
Played for the red to the left of the black.
These have been holding the cushion well this week. I don't know whether he's going to play it. Decided against it, I think, but usually reds along the cushion have been sticking to the cushion. This is obviously missable, but he'll be playing for a baulk colour. Good recovery. Good recovery.
23.
Got to be a little careful there. He must be looking at a possible plant as well, but this red definitely pots, as you can see there, but pushing the other red out of the way. He may play out for the blue rather than risk going for the pink, because if he runs through it, he's not guaranteed to get the red out of the way of the pink. Yeah, I'm so surprised he played that shot. 26. That was just, for me, a waste of time. That was always on.
Robertson, 26.
Didn't fancy to take a pot, and I don't blame him. He's got a 37-point lead. And Neil Robertson, as we've seen this year, he's won 2 ranking events, the Grand Prix and the Welsh Open. He's a tremendous potter, but there are times when you need to turn one down, play a good safety. Not sure if there's a plant on here, those reds by the pink spot. Into the right corner, possibly. He's having another look. Well, it's quite a way off the pocket. He's going to have to hit that red pretty straight on the top one, as we're looking at the 4 there. Could play that and screw back, or even stun it off the other red for the pink. All depends how he feels. Well, he certainly had a go at it. Little bit of safety first involved. Well, good red, but no value. Maybe value if he has got a shot on to get the brown into play. Though he's only 37 points behind, he's not like 50 points when he needs to clear up. But see, parted that red slightly on the left-hand side of the pocket, so the white would run a little bit further. And he's gone for the snooker, and it's a very good one.
That was interesting, wasn't it, Terry, for viewers watching? He could have run in behind the green, which would have been virtually easy to play two cushions into the two reds behind the black, but the fact that he's put it behind the brown makes it a little bit more difficult to get to those two reds near the black. Well, maybe he kind of one cushion. I thought he'd covered that route, so it's not too difficult, this one. Got to hit them hard enough, though.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
It's going back. The problem that Robertson's got here is that yes, Willie's right. He can get to the point of the cushion to hit the reds, but he's a little bit aware of the black there. That's sort of a half shield in those two reds. That's better. Just click the end again.
Could play this slightly more aggressive if he wanted to bring both reds into play. Just made sure of the black. Clever shot, that. Yes, there's Hawkeye showing you how difficult this safety is. So he's going to have to hit this one thin and miss the kiss on the red and pink. I mean, he hasn't missed the kiss on the red and pink. That's poor.
In the first red, it wasn't easy, but Sullivan hadn't been to the table much in this frame, so it's a good shot that, just get started.
Tell you what, Terry, he's just come round to look at the angle he's going to have on the red. I'm just wondering whether he's going to pot the red, bring the brown into play and still be on the black, and that's what he came round to look at, Terry, this early on. Now, isn't that advanced thinking for you? Now, that would be so advanced thinking if he did play this here. It's amazing, isn't it? Unfortunately for him, though. It's in a better place, but it's not great. And that's he can only do that because the black was right over the pocket. He couldn't have done that without a colour being over the pocket. I wonder how many players in the game would have played that shot. You wish you'd have had that one back.
Yes, 12. That's why he's so special. Sees everything early, especially in the break building side. He's still got to make the balls
13.
and play the position shots, but it's giving him a chance. You're right, Billy, that brown is in a better position than on the side cushion. Whether he gets that far is yet to be seen.
A little bit of value in playing for the pink here, actually, because it
18.
makes the clearance so easy, but I think he'll play for the black.
19.
If he clears here, this would be up there with one of the best clearances I've seen, purely because of the way he played to get onto the green, to get onto the red, to move the brown out, knowing that the black was there. Absolutely top draw, this break, if he clears.
26.
Seemed to get a little bit of a bad contact on that red. It dropped in, but he's 2 inches short of being perfect on this black. Not just for the pot, but also for the positional side. He's made up for it. Is the white going to get past the yellow? Oh, that's the worst possible kiss. Kissed it full, 34. He still had a pot on, or quarter ball either side, even on the yellow. Shame that, because there's such a great effort, as Willie mentioned, to clear up here. Well.
26.
Played a touchy drag and a bit of run inside, and he's caught the brown that he put there. Great shot, Willie.
Great pot. Obviously didn't play to kiss the brown, but a very, very difficult green in the middle now. But he can play it as a shot to nothing, this one. See, look at the cue ball, you see. He knew that he was getting a good white, but I'm almost disappointed he didn't clear there. Obviously that's disappointing Robertson fans, me saying that, but that would have been one of the best clearances of all time. Robertson now still in the game though, of course, and he really needs to win this frame.
Get the snooker, but very good length on the cue ball, so not easy. Can only cue at the top of the white there. It's very well played. Needs a kiss in the black. Didn't get it.
It's key in this safety exchange. You need plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball, purely because position on the brown is difficult then. Thought for one moment this was going right over the middle. It's just pulled up in time. And now this is a tough safety. I don't think the green's available. Looks like it from that position, doesn't it? But I think this is extremely tight. Too sure whether this is on, but he seems to think it is. I think the key thing is to get a good white. Wow, that makes it look a lot easier than it looked from here. That was a great pot. From that angle, in fairness, it did look a little easier, but goodness me, it's a good pot. Brown is the key ball. If he pots it, he'll win the frame. Well played.
7.
Excellent pot under pressure, but the cue ball just ran a fraction too far. Pink's difficult now.
He'd like to leave this straight now because that's the easiest pot and he doesn't need the black, so just pressure on it.
Neil Robertson, 12.
Hit that at, he did it at a fair pace, but he does like to give him a little bit of a hit. Hit that easier, it would have gone through the corner. Now then, if he pots this and gets for the black, well, it'll be a miracle. He had to go at it. He unfluked it. He's left it. Much easier pink this time for Robertson. He's desperate to get another frame on the board. Nearly 36 from Robertson. He managed to hang on after that. Crucial frame. Goes to the mid-session a little bit. He's pulled it back now. He's 4 frames behind at 8 frames to 4.
Cue frame 13. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Both players have enjoyed their mid-session interval. O'Sullivan shared the opening 4, and that's what he'd like to do this session as well, to go into the evening session leading by 10 frames to 6, as long as you don't lose the session. Neil Robertson, of course, his aim is to win 3 of these last 4 frames. Sometimes breaks off with a loop bridge, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Didn't in the opening frame of this game, but he has done in the first frame after the interval. He tends to feel he can get a lot more side by swinging it around 2 cushions playing that way.
There's a possibility you can pot this red and cannon the red away from the black.
Positional shot, very aggressive positional shot. Well played.
He'd looked the shot on, but he still had to make that tremendous long pot, and that will certainly inspire Neil Robertson.
9. Like
most of these top players, when they're knocking the long pots in, the confidence grows very quickly. Struck this perfectly. Had to pot it in the middle of the pocket. He'd have missed the cannon otherwise.
$16. 17.
Well, Neil Robertson obviously would have been quite pleased at the mid-session interval to have pinched the final frame. He could have gone obviously 9-3 behind, but won it to take it to just 4 frames behind.
24.
He's looking very confident now.
25.
Slightly different style with the break building of Neil Robertson. He's
33.
Sullivan probably would have been trying to spread the reds out by now if he'd had an opportunity, or at least looking for it. I'm sure Neil will be trying to do the same thing, but he's taken the open reds first of all. Now the chance here.
40.
On the black.
Okay.
Well, not now, he won't. He had a slight kick on that. He's taken, what, 2 inches out of the run of the cue ball, so have to play for another single red. Not a great pack there. The pink is off the spot, so splitting the reds off the blue is not easy. Perhaps pink could be the best option if he gets the chance. He's just gone a little bit too far.
48.
We could play here to pot the red. Possibly can in the back of the reds there.
Got it.
Open the fair out. I don't know if he's got the angle for that. Well, he's got the hook rest out. See it turns round the ball rather than playing over with a natural spider, so you can still use the normal rest head. He tried to avoid the pack there. He didn't
49.
try and slip into that red, and now he's out of position. Shame there, it's all blacks. So he just touched the red, and that's enough to take it into the black. Safety only now.
Yes, Terry mentioned in commentary that he break builds unlike
Robertson,
some of the other
49.
players, and you can't imagine after 8 reds and 8 blacks, oh, sorry, 6 reds and 6 blacks, that Ronnie O'Sullivan or Hendry wouldn't have had the bunch wide open. But you don't blame him for being a little bit cautious, because he's got to get back into this match. If he can, like I say, win this session 3-1, to be only trailing 9-7 going into tonight's session, he'd have done very well.
Neil has mentioned in his press conferences many times that he's trying to improve on his break building, because he's got a great temperament, tremendous potter. His safety is good. He's won 2 tournaments this year, 2 ranking events, the only player to achieve that in the last few seasons. What he lacks in the break building department, I must say, he makes up on the other side of it. He's a winner.
There's the kind of shot that he wanted to play. The red that's highest, the one that's nearest the blue, is that I don't think he'll pass. He's looking at a possible plant, but he can just get through to it. But he's 49 points in front. Now, it looks from there, it's a certainty. If the white was near the middle pocket, I would agree with him taking it on. But if you take this on and miss it, yes, he's not taking it on, but he's going to have to move it, because Ronnie O'Sullivan will take it on. He's 49 behind.
Yes, if he's not taking the plant on, he's got to get somewhere near that circle to stop Ronnie O'Sullivan taking the plant on. If he's got a red here, he can play a safety off and dislodge the plant. You won't have to do that, but it's tricky to get over that side of the table. Well, he didn't play for the left-hand side of the table. He's played a very good safety shot. Now Ronnie's looking at the plant. Can you get through pink and blue? Surely not.
And looking down the line, it's very, very close to being able to see whether he can get through the gap there, but it's very tough. It's tight, but he looks like he's going for it. We're going to have to swerve it a little bit. That could be end of frame.
Did he go for that, do you think? He didn't have a safety shot on that, to be fair to Ronnie. It was he was trapped a bit, and with the plant then it's very difficult to turn it down. And I agree with you, Will. You could only just about see the point of contact on the first red. He was always going to spread the reds all over the place. You see he played with a lot of top spin, hoping to get the cue ball in and out of the area with no black on.
Seven. Eight.
Seemed easy, that one. The white was tight on the side cushion, had tough shots, and he does pot really well when he gets going. All types of pots seem to come the same to him. Great asset, that.
11.
Do you remember Perry Mons from South Africa? Will he runner up here in the Crucible in 1978 to Ray Reardon?
Yes, and he actually won the Masters at Wembley, Perry Mons, and never made a 50 break. Can you imagine that?
12.
Well, I can, but don't think you can, will he? No. But he was a tremendous potter. Left-hander as well.
Yes, still alive, living in Johannesburg, and doesn't play anymore.
18.
This is game ball. In it goes, so Neil Robertson's got
19.
another frame back. Robertson not winning frames at one
19.
visit,
And
but borrowing snookers, and Ronnie decides to acknowledge defeat in that frame, so Robertson's put another one back. He now trails by 8 frames to 5. Ronnie was in a situation a few moments ago where he could just get through to the plant, and the only thing you could question really is the pace he played it, because he didn't really give the red a chance, even if it had even if it had jawed. He's given it an almighty whack, and of course what he's trying to do is play loads of topspin to push through those two reds. Now you'll see the topspin take charge, and it would have been right up near the blue and pink bar for those series of little kisses, but of course that was the end of the frame. Robertson just needed 20 odd points from that position to win it, and that's what he did. I saw Ronnie backstage after the opening 4 frames, and he said he wasn't happy with the way he was playing. He said sometimes I'd rather be a couple of frames behind playing well than 2 each and not playing so well. But he had breaks of 105, 36, 68 during the first 4, so it wasn't too bad.
Yes, Neil Robertson is starting to pinch a few frames, I call this. He's not getting in there, as Willie said, and sort of making big breaks, but he's a few visits, a lot of good pots, and in one way that can be more disruptive to his opponent. If he was getting in there and knocking 80 in straight away, I think Ronnie would accept all that, but Ronnie has had a few chances, not many, it'd be fair to say. Didn't score a point in the frame, but he had it. He had that plant, which I don't suppose you would call a chance. He's never happy though, Ronnie. Is he, Willie? He's very demanding of himself all the time.
If only you realised how difficult the game was, Terry. That's the key with me. Ronnie seems to think that unless he makes 70 above every frame, that he's not playing well. But it is one of the most difficult games in the world, and he's blessed with an abundance of talent. And he's got to remember, not only is he having to play well himself, he's got to stop his opponent playing, and sometimes you can't help it if your opponent plays well.
Didn't get too close to this pot. At least the black is tied up on the pink. He'd do well to make a 70 from here, will he? But he's so good at dislodging balls, isn't he, and splitting, bringing pinks and blacks into play here when they're safe. That was a beautiful shot. Had to play that perfect. He's now, well, almost certainly going to go into the pink.
And it's definitely correct, Terry, but a lot of players would play for the two reds to the right of the black to get the black into play. But that just shows you the difference of different players, different ways they break build, and in playing that, Ronnie must have felt it's short of being the pink out, which he has done.
6.
There's about 3 players in the game who would have played that. A lot of players would have played for the two reds below the black spot to get the black back on its own spot.
Seven.
It looks from here as if the pink doesn't spot, so it'll go on the black spot. Ronnie's going round to have a look, and well, the pink spot is free. Now then, is that close enough to the red to tie the pink up? If it is, Ronnie may play a different shot here and try and bring the black into play. Oh, that's a good shot again. Willie's mentioned how many times we see with the Sullivan. He's played a shot there, he got a lot of backspin on, and again he tried to clear the reds away from the pink spot to clear that up. And
13.
Little unlucky there. Needed to catch those fuller, and he was guaranteed to be on other reds, and the pink would have been open.
It was a quarter an inch away from being perfect, wasn't it, that? Good recovery though.
14.
Green or brown available. It's actually got harder work now as this break has gone on rather than easier, because both pink and black out of play at the moment. If the yellow wasn't where it was, he may risk going into the bunch from the brown, but where the yellow is, it's difficult to do that. Excellent try again, but unfortunately for him, gone astray.
18. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 18.
Well, that's one of the best 18 breaks I've seen. He really had to play some pops there. He really did. He played 3 or 4 shots there to try and create something, try and make something happen, and nothing did.
Well, after all those attempts with the Sullivan to bring the pink into play, Robertson has brought the black into play now. Very good safety shot. This is the red he's playing, whether he's playing it thin or swinging round past the black. It's a choice. Well, he's fluked it and he can in the black, so he obviously mishit the red.
1.
Could say he's a little unlucky to finish down in the yellow pocket. After a fluke, will he?
Unlucky after a fluke. I think the green's the best ball to play safe off here and just bring the white tight on the cushion. Here's the safety shot he was playing, and you can clearly see he caught the red half ball for that to go in. I think it's key here to get the cue ball tight on a cushion. Ronnie's such a good safety player, you can't leave him with his hand on the table. One option is the green half ball and try and put the ball tight on the cushion behind the brown spot area. Maybe if he wants to take the yellow one in the middle, but that's very risky. You never know with this young man.
I think if the natural path of the cue ball is missing the black on the way down, it makes the shot a bit easier. Come off the bottom cushion, otherwise you're going to have to play with stun. Well, he must have a plant on. He has got a plant on. I didn't see that one, that's why he potted the yellow and came up the table. The two just to the left and below the pink are available in the right corner.
Well, in fairness, that was an excellent shot on the yellow. It really was, because he'd spotted the plant, played it as a definite pot to leave that plant on as a shot to nothing. Played it perfectly. As you know, when I say in commentary, you get what you deserve sometimes, and whatever he scores now, he deserves. Albeit the red or the break was started with a fluke, but since then that was very good.
Eight.
Oh, that's very careless. Very careless. Such a big target to swing the cue ball around two cushions for choice of black or blue. And of course he's caught the red. End of break.
Is that the best 9 break you've seen here at the Crucible, Willie? It was pretty good, wasn't it? A fluke, a tremendous yellow, a plant. It had about everything, just about everything in it.
I think Ronnie's 18 was better, to be fair. But it's been a weird frame, hasn't it?
Robertson,
It really has. Is it time for a Robertson special? If it's not straight, he may decide to play it as a run-through safety, shot to nothing, but if it's straight, it's tough. Just a little bit of an angle there. He can play the pot it and run through for blue or bought colour. Doesn't like it though.
He'll have to catch this red thin, the one just past the pink there. Well, he's been lucky there. He didn't play it that way. Played to catch that red much thinner, miss the black and go back up to the left of the blue as we look. But he'll take it. Ball's running well for him at the moment. Certainly worth a try, that one. If you got it, he's in amongst them. If you missed it, it's the only red he could have left. And as it turns out, the red is you'll see it here, it's one far out. The red came back across though, near the pocket, but it's gone close enough to the right cushion to stop Neil going for it. What I like about both these players, Willie, they're positive, aren't they, with their shot selection all the time.
Yes, I think that's key. If you've got any aspirations of ever winning anything, you've got to be positive, and some players tend to be a little bit apprehensive at times when they get here to the Crucible. Here's a place that you either love or hate. When you're playing well here, there's no better place. When you're playing bad, it can make you look extremely silly. It's the weirdest venue we have, but undoubtedly the greatest venue we have. two-table situation. As you see, the screen very, very close to both tables, very tight, very compact. But atmosphere like you've never known, and shots like that is what they come to see. That was a great pot.
Seen a bit of psychology here with both players. O'Sullivan took the red on previously because Robertson turned the previous one down, and now Robertson's going to go for that all day because he knows Ronnie's Mister in the pocket, and if he gets it, you get an edge on your opponent.
May have to play a cannon here. I don't know whether he can get onto anything by just running it through. He only needs to play a gentle cannon, not at pace. Yeah, well played. Deserves something to happen there. As it happened.
6.
Well, for a second, I didn't think that was in. I was just about to say, no, it's not there. And it just clawed its way in. There, I don't know how it went in.
It went in because they changed the cloth, didn't they, yesterday, and that would have wobbled earlier in the week. You put a new cloth on, you get that little bit of help through the corners because the cloth's a little bit newer, obviously, a little bit thicker on the nap. And that helps a little bit of slide into the pocket off the corners. Only if you're playing it gentle.
Just wonder whether you can just roll the pink in slowly and still leave the red to the right of the pink that's available, or will he have to play the little cannon onto the blue? He's left-handed, so he will be able to reach the red even if he does cannon into the blue. I'm not too sure whether he can play it slow enough to hold the white. He's now playing a deep screw on and off the cushion. No, played a cannon the blue, which is the only way he felt he could hold the cue ball. Blue spot covered with the white, pink spot covered with the red and the black spot. So up on the green spot it goes.
14.
Now, may have been a little reluctant there myself to play for the black because it's going to go up onto the blue spot, but he feels that that's no real problem at the moment.
$21. 22.
Good choices here. You'd like to get one of the reds off the pink or black spot so that after potting the black, of course, much easier to play for it down this side of the table where the reds are.
29. $30.
There's no problem with the black now, of course, because it goes on the pink spot, so definitely a chance to win the frame now at this visit. He's going to need one of the two difficult reds that are on the cushion. The two open reds with blacks would only put him 42 points in front, so we need one more red.
37.
He's just doing a bit of maths there. I suppose he goes 44 in front if he gets two reds, two blacks. So he's still in a position where he can win the frame without having to play one of the difficult ones.
38.
So it's a must here to pot the next red and black to give himself 44 in front with 43 on.
25.
I think Neil is just looking at the scoreboard to check the score, trying to get the white between the two reds and back for the black.
46.
Nothing fancy. Just made sure of the black.
53. Neil Robertson, 53.
53 then should be enough for Neil Robertson to win this frame.
Yes, Ronnie entitled to carry on the fact that he just needs the one 4-point penalty snooker, but he's facing a tough little snooker to hit himself. As long as that red doesn't pot, he'll be happy with that. He's got a chance now to try and gain the upper hand on the safety, but he may be in trouble after this next shot. It's an easy safety shot for Neil. Red towards the other red where it is now, and white hopefully behind yellow or brown. A little bit dangerous putting the red towards the corner. The only reason I say that because Ronnie would pot this red if it was on, only if he could play black or pink. But I think he's hit it in such a position that he can't pot it. Yes, there you see, it's not available. He's not really made his mind up here, Ronnie. Anything could happen here. Robertson with no heroics with this red on the cushion, just drop it in, but be careful to pot it.
One.
He's all over anyway, but just to make sure. Pots a difficult black in the middle. Well, almost potted the last red as well, but it doesn't make any difference. 53 there from Neil Robertson. He's put it back now. He's just 2 frames behind at 8 frames to 6.
And Ronnie just taking a breather. He's lost the last 3 frames on the trot, and we'll pick up commentary when he returns.
Frame 15.
2 frames of the session to go, and Neil Robertson at this moment in time leads the session 4-2. He'd have come in this session thinking, well, if I can win the session 5-3, so he just needs to win one of the remaining 2. 2, of course, is a massive bonus. Poor break off to start.
Obviously paid for the pink there in the left corner. Actually, he was going down for the ball colours, but mentioned in the previous frame, the balls are starting to run good for Neil. He needs it, of course, he's behind. But sometimes that can be the difference between two players. You see this shot again, he's going to come round the back of the black, down for the ball colours, just clip the red, perfect on the pink.
Could hold for the black, of course, but he's going to have to play it very gently. I think Neil's one of those players who prefer to play a little bit more at pace, and I think it's a little bit dangerous playing with the west and the extension to hold for a black. Probably a little bit more value going around for pink or maybe the green. If he'd just got his own cue without the extension on, I think he'd played nicely for the hold, but it's a tough shot with a long wrist. Yes, there you see that he felt it was too tough to play for the black, so it's all about avoiding the baulk colours here when playing the pink.
8. $14. $15.
Just had the angle on that red to slip through for the black. It is close. You're kind of in the middle of those three reds now.
What a difference an interval makes sometimes.
22.
Robertson was just hanging on to the match really in the opening 4 frames. He won 23. The first, lost the next 2, and probably could have lost frame 12. Managed to pinch it with a late succession of a couple of low breaks, and he's now looking very, very good indeed. And it goes without saying, one more frame means he's only going to be 2 frames
30.
behind worst way going into tonight's session. Not beyond the realms of possibility, he could be all square. Very, very good performance. The beauty of it is, Neil,
31.
He's not frightened of O'Sullivan. A lot of players tend to be a little apprehensive when they're playing Ronnie. You can see that Robertson's confidence is gaining shot by shot. And at this moment in time, looking the better of the 2 players.
$38. $39. $46. $47. Yeah, okay.
We'll have a lot of those sort of slightly bad contacts, not enough to throw the pot offline, but enough to disturb the intended position. We'll see here now if Neil is still got, well, he's pretty straight on this. Playing that with reverse side and done a pretty good job of it.
54.
Well, he's found the gap, has he? Well, that's tight. If he finds the gap, he can stay down on the black. He's still got another red, but he'd have to go up for the pink off that one.
$55.
Yes, that opens now the other 2 reds, so there's now a chance of a century for Robertson. His highest break so far in this match has been a break of 87.
62.
I think he's going to eclipse that here.
63.
You mentioned earlier he's had a little bit of run of the ball in the last frame or two. And some people think all the Australians are lucky. No skill, of course. Well, he's been unlucky there, but on the other hand, the pink could have thrown offline with that kick he had here, and he could have been out of position. As it turns out,
69.
Pink managed to just about. You can see the reaction there. He thought he'd missed the pink. It just went through the corner, and he's still on the red.
Yes, and of course it would have been a chance for O'Sullivan to get back into the frame. The fact that it's gone in now just needs the red. And well played, Neil Robertson.
70.
The crucial audience are a little bit stunned what's going on here at the moment. It appears that Ronnie, amazingly enough, has played the better snooker in this session, and he's 5-2 behind. Doesn't necessarily work out, does it, that one?
76. $77.
May play an exhibition shot here. Brown into the four reds because he knows the frame's safe. This is a plant on, and of course he'll try and play for that. He could screw the pink in and get onto those two reds in the middle if the plant is on. He feels it is. He's taking the pink, screwing around two cushions. We'll never know whether the plant's on. A wide was signalled from Robertson, but what a concession is signalled from O'Sullivan. Robertson's made breaks of 49, 53 and 77 in the last three frames. The winning streak goes to 4 frames and trails by just 1 at 8-7. Things can go wrong sometimes, and there was a chance here that Robertson was only 1 pink and a red away from winning the frame, Terry, and all of a sudden he's playing this pink, nice little roll through, doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. All of a sudden when he plays it, he thought he'd missed it because he knew he'd got the kick. The cue ball squared up a little bit and slowed down, and you see his face there. He thought, well, the pink's going to hit the near jaw, but luckily for him it actually dropped in and he finished okay on the red. But we'll show you the shot with Hawkeye. If he plays it properly, of course, the white just runs through very, very nicely, and the red's a certainty. He still got down and potted the red to win the frame, and he's right back into this match.
Thank you. Final frame of the session. Neil Robertson to break.
I'm much happier. Neil Robertson breaks off here. Last frame of this session. In the second round, it's 25 frames, 2 8s and 1 9. These two players will be finishing off this evening, and if Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't win this frame, he would have lost this session 6-2, so they'd be all square.
Yes, I think in some ways this is a bigger frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan than it is for Neil Robertson. The fact that Ronnie will feel that he's played well enough to at least tie the session, and Neil Robertson now has got first real chance, and he's off and running again. A chance for that 6-2 scoreline that Terry just mentioned. What a result that would be. And what a session tonight. You'd have to book early to get in for this one.
8.
Doesn't seem too long ago when he was 8-3 behind. So great credit to Neil for the way he's performed here. May not be as silky as O'Sullivan in full swing, but he's got his own way of doing things, and has served him very well this year. Well, he's been slightly unlucky. I don't think he can see reds down the bottom side of the table. The red by the blue, I think, goes past the yellow. If he wants to take that on, he's got an option. Don't think he can get through to that one. Now the one below the white, second off the cushion, is also an option. Now he's having another look past the pink. Well, he can't get to it.
15.
He deserved a little bit, you know, of running there, because that was a great split. You can see the reds, well, they're all moving. Far from 2.
He's just one shot away here from making this a chance to win the frame, and that is at some stage getting rid of the red to the left of the black. Until then, he's having to work very hard for these.
23.
Not on the pink, he'd be disappointed, because he played with check side there and hardly got any on at all. He played the white inside the red and it's gone outside the red. There you see no side. Luckily for him, he's just hit it slow enough to be able to get onto this pink in the middle. And now that's on its spot, he's got a chance to level at 8 all.
The foundation of Neil Robertson's success this year with 2 ranking tournament wins is his potting. And when he is break building, if he slips out of position and leaves himself something awkward, he just keeps stroking it in, and that's disruptive for his opponent, because they feel, well, hold on a minute, he may be out of position here, he may break down, and he knocks another one in, and keeps your hopes up for a second, and then knocks them flat again.
Yes, as I said earlier, the opening 4 frames, he was just hanging on in there. This next 4 frames, he's played great.
37.
I just love the way he's not frightened to play anybody in the game at the moment. He's full of confidence. When he first came over to this country, he actually resided in Leicester and played at my club for the first 18 months or so. And he was an impressive potter, but didn't look to have anything else, and he's improved. I think he's the most improved player I've seen for many years. I never thought he was going to win a tournament when he first came to my club.
42.
The last couple of years he's improved out of all proportion.
He's never been short of confidence, I'll say that much. He's when you speak to the lad, he's a very nice lad, very mannerable. Wow.
43.
You need another good pot here if he's going to take the black on. It's the only colour he can see. I mentioned earlier about carrying on his breaks with tough pots. Surely he's not going to take that on, because if he does, he's leaving Ronnie O'Sullivan a great chance to get back into this frame.
It's very risky, this, and it's such an easy safety shot to flick the black on the cushion and go around the back of the red on the side cushion into baulk. But if it goes in, it's the right shot. The wrong shot if it doesn't, the right shot if it does. Well played.
50.
It's very
51.
unusual to see an Australian with a lot of confidence, isn't it? Talking, of course, of cricket this week, and Australia won that, and people call them, well, they get all the luck. It's a bit unfair, that.
58.
Everybody gets a share of luck at times. It's just how you handle the luck, what you make out of your own good luck, and how you handle the bad luck you get when you're out there. Doesn't matter to this man at the moment.
66.
This is superb snooker, Willie.
It's not like I've seen Ronnie play anything badly, really.
67.
You know, he's in the first frame, he missed more shots than he has done in the next 7. But this last 4 frames, he's only scored 18 points. Totally outplayed.
74. 75.
Chance to eclipse his high break of the match so far. He made a break of 87 early on in this match.
82. 83. 89. 90.
That's how he's played so far. Century possible. If he gets it, it'll be the 38th of the tournament to date.
97.
First, though, for Neil.
98.
Fantastic century from Neil Robertson. What a match we've got our hands this evening.
105.
They're going to be all square.
$106.
His quick fire stuff. 7 minutes the previous frame. 8.5 in this one.
$113.
And the high break is on. He's a bit disappointed with his position. Oh, another great pop.
115.
140 available. The top break at the moment is held jointly by Ken Doherty and John Higgins with 135.
118. $122. 127.
Brilliant exhibition of Mark Snooker on potting.
133. 140 on the frame.
The black goes in. It's the highest grade so far in the tournament, 140. But more importantly, Neil Robertson's won the last 5 frames. He's back from 8-3. It's 8-all overnight. It's going to be a great final session.
And hoping to capture his 3rd world ranking victory this season is one of snooker's rising stars, the reigning Grand Prix and Welsh Open champion, the Melbourne Machine, Neil Robertson. With 5 of the fastest 147s on record and his surefire style of play, it's no wonder why this man is so compelling to watch. Twice world and reigning Masters champion, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan!
A very good evening, Ray, and a very good evening to everyone watching at home. Certainly very exciting here in the Crucible Theatre. So it's England versus Australia for a place in the quarter-final, and a pretty poor break-off shot from Ronnie, although he hasn't left anything easy. fantastic comeback, it has to be said, from 8-3. And he did it in style, John.
Yeah, he did it in style at the end, and I'm just looking, there was just one scrappy frame, and this was the end of that session, and look how pumped up Neil Robertson was. He knew what an achievement it was. He lost the first session 6-2, won the second one 6-2, and that's why we're here now, all square, 8 apiece, first to 13.
One.
He does pot them from all sorts of angles. The blue is not straightforward. He's looked at the yellow. He's back at the blue again. He refuses very little. And that's an excellent shot. And he can get onto the black. So that break off from Ronnie, where he caught the blue, could cost him a few points. One of the most annoying things in the game you can do is to hit the blue like that when you break off. I believe Ronnie was in the practice room at the mid-session interval this morning, John, practicing his break-off shots. That's an unusual thing to do.
Well, it didn't do him a lot of good, that break-off, did it? Catching the blue, and Neil first in. Very important, these early exchanges. It's 18. Great to have the first opportunity at the table, potting balls, get your cue arm going. Now, can he pot this and not disturb the black, or will he purposely disturb it? Purposely disturbed it because he thought if he just run through, then he might possibly just run the black to the top cushion, so he played it firm to get the black to go to the top cushion and bounce off.
Yeah, he's got the perfect angle here. He's having both balls cleaned. But there is a red at the back of the bunch of reds is available. And if he can get, well, anywhere in the circle or just to the right of the circle, he leave the one at the back. Well, he's gone the other side. It looked as if it was easier just to roll the black in and leave that to the left corner. He's gone the other side 26. And he's over-screwed it a little bit.
Well, he was just about on it, but the problem was, because he was so far from the red, he had to put so much concentration in the pot. He's on the black, but he's a little straight. He would have been looking for an angle to maybe cannon and bring some reds into play. Hasn't got that option now.
And that shows you what can happen when you just run out of position slightly. Let's end a break. It was a very difficult positional shot he tried there, just to slip on past the pink to leave the red on. So he finished about 6 inches short there. just coming back off the cushion. If that white travels another 4 to 6 inches, he's perfect.
Neil Robertson, 34.
Well, at least if you don't miss and you only run out of position, you've got the option of a good safety, and that's not a bad one. Don't think Ronnie can get to the in between the pink and blue to snick off the red just below the pink. Well, he's trying it. Maybe he can. And he could, and in actual fact caught the red a little bit thicker than he needed to. So he's left a chance of a pot in this corner, but it's a little bit dangerous. It's one of those, if you don't pot it, you could be leaving something.
There is a gap round the back of the red and black there if he catches this right. And he purposely played to leave himself on one of the balk colours. Didn't quite manage the pot.
Well, he's played 3 safety shots now, Ronnie. He caught the blue off the break off. He didn't get to the baulk line on the one previous, and that one he's left Neil with his hand on the table. Okay, he didn't leave a pot on, but at this level, if you leave your opponent with his hand on the table, more often than not, you'll have a tough shot to contend with on your next visit. And that was a reasonable safety shot there from the Australian.
A little bit too thin there, that's why he's come back off the balk cushion there and up level with the colours. Nothing left. This is just a safety shot. This red doesn't pass the 4, I don't think. Or does it? No, I don't think it did. A little tactical battle here.
Yes, and it's that situation, because Neil Robertson got in first, got 34, that you feel that Ronnie O'Sullivan has got to win this tactical exchange. If he doesn't, then Neil will have a chance to get the 40 or 50 points he needs to wrap up the frame.
Well, just looking at the table here, Ronnie may be forced into taking a pot on. There is a red that will pass the one that's over the pocket. The one in the circle will pass into the pocket. He can't get through to the one over the pocket, but I can't see a safety shot. He may be forced to take this on. So here we go, and keep your eye on the white. Has he got away with it? If he has, he's very fortunate. When he made his mind up to take the pot on, he knew he had to get it, but he's had a good bit of luck there to get away with it. Or certainly hasn't left anything easy. There might be that red that'll go up past the blue into the corner. It may go into the right middle, but either shot is difficult.
Yes, there's a fine line, isn't there, between, you've got a 34 point lead, do you chance your arm to try and win the frame, or do you try and protect it? But we know he's a potter, so he's going for the pot in the right middle. Ooh, that was a nice bump on the middle pocket. Good pot, perfect on the blue. He'll be expecting to win this first frame now.
Well, that's a poor positional shot. He's overscrewed that by quite a way. This should have been straight into the corner. So he's made this very difficult for himself. 40 points in front. If he drops on an easy red, there wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, well, one he was in before, and we said when he potted the black to play for a red, he overdid it. So maybe there's just a little bit of tension in the arm, which is why he's overhit a few shots. But it was an important time, that. Take this red on, but it should have been a lot easier than this. So a good pot. He didn't know where the cue ball was going to finish, hoping he was going to be on a colour, but he's not. So that was an excellent frame winning opportunity, and it won't be at this visit.
Now, is he playing a safety shot and trying to knock that red up the table with the brown? No, just a safety shot, but
With Robertson 7.
he's got to cover that red, and he has done with the yellow. Otherwise, he would have given the advantage to Ronnie there. That's why I mentioned the possibility of trying to knock that red up the table with the brown. But Ronnie's still playing it. Got to be a bit careful with this off the cushion. Played it very well. Played it very well indeed. There's the pot success rate. Neil Robertson 90%. Ronnie 3% behind, but anything in the 90s after 16 frames is pretty useful. An awesome potter, this Australian. I mean, he made that look so easy. Swing it around, show you what Hawkeye. That's what he's looking at. Now that might look pretty easy. At long distance, superb.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he's just once again just gone a little bit too far. Straighter on this black, he could have just dropped it in and played for the red near the top cushion. A little bit more to do with the cue ball now. Oh, well, that was a nice cannon he played. Although he's knocked the red to the top cushion.
60.
I know they knock these in like they're over the pocket, but not a certainty, this.
Yes, the fact he's 57 in front, if he just tries to drop this red in, he could leave Ronnie a chance to get right back into it. If he takes it on, I think, well, he's looking up the table, so he'll run away from this danger end of the table at the moment. Yeah, in fact, this is a pretty good choice here to leave that one there. put the other one on the side
Neil
cushion.
Robertson, 60.
Definitely the right choice there.
Well, that was a terrific safety shot from Ronnie, and he's a little unlucky if he's left the red. Well, if he's going to play the pot, he'll have to bend it slightly with right-hand side. Makes it missable, and he's got to be careful now because the reds are spread. He's had 3 good chances, Neil Robertson, to clinch this frame already and hasn't done so. As I say, he's having to bend this. Tough shot.
Well, he's had a bit of a result there because once he missed the pot after bending it round the yellow, he was entitled to leave something on when he missed the pot, but this is far from easy. Ooh, now that wouldn't be a good sign for Ronnie because he usually gets a bit closer than that. He missed that by a long way. Smile there.
One good positional shot off the green, and will he make this 4th opportunity count to clinch this frame?
That seemed to hit that a little bit harder than he needed. There was the red next to the pink available, but he was hoping to miss the middle pocket and head up towards the black and reds. So this is his 4th chance to take this opening frame of this evening, and he looks... Now, what has he left this time? Oh, what a piece of good luck there. And if he does take this frame, it'll be 6 frames in a row, and if you're going to get the run of the ball like that, you're going to take some beating.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson.
Well, the miss won't be taken. But, well, what can Ronnie do about that? Nothing. Well, he's had a good run of the ball here, Neil Robertson, and this is his 5th chance to win this. Mile off with the pot. Very fortunate, as he's been twice not to leave Ronnie a chance. He'll win the frame now, but, as I say, won't be full of confidence. I mean, if if you win frames in 1 or 2 clear visits, then it gives you confidence, but
9.
Even though he's winning it without Ronnie scoring, he hasn't looked that comfortable.
$16.
Yes, but he must be feeling pretty good inside to have taken 6 frames in a row, as I mentioned. So he's going to be full of confidence. Okay, there's an awful lot of pressure on him there.
24.
It's one of those situations where, you know, when you're 8-3 behind, you relax a little bit and the pressure's off, believe it or not. But then when you get back level or you're 1 in front, the pressure changes again.
32. 33. 38. 40.
I'm just looking at the stats there. Ronnie O'Sullivan has scored 18 points in 5 frames.
$43. 47. 52. 2 on the frame.
He won't bother about the pink. Breaks of 34 and 52 with a little bit of good luck in the middle has given the Australian this frame, and he now leads for the very first time at 9 frames to 8.
Okay, frame 18, Neil Robertson to break.
Well, Ronnie having a look at this off Neil Robertson's break-off shot. He's got the red to the left corner. I think there's a path around the black and the red next to it. And that was a terrific pot from Ronnie. Only had a couple of attempts at pots in the last frame. And one in particular just hit across the ball, but unlike Neil in the first frame, he didn't have that much chance to get his hand on the table and pot balls, so that was a good opener. That'll make him feel good.
The sign of a great player is a player that can sit there and be dominated when the other player is in control of the table, and then when you get the chance, you take it. There's not that many players in the game capable of doing that. Sit out for 4 or 5 frames and then produce the goods. This is one player that can do that.
And I think he's just on the angle. I think the black will only go into the this corner pocket the same one as the red.
No.
And that was absolutely perfect to pot the black and cannon the red to the right of it. And now with this red out of the way, the black available into both corner pockets. And there's a little bit of Ronnie O'Sullivan magic there.
And he'll definitely go into them here because there is a red at the back of the bunch that he could stay on. So if he cannons those 4, he was always going to leave this one on. But now he's got to go through the reds 24. With the white. So he's going to have to play this with pace and hope that he can get through the reds. And I think looking at the angle, the white is going to bounce up towards the middle of the table. Let's see how this works out. He's looking at one into the middle pocket now, which will give him better position. It's a slightly more difficult pot. There's Ronnie's 4th black coming up.
$32. $33.
Well, this is key shot because he's got an angle to go into them. Is he on a red? He is to the middle. Has he got one to the corner? John, I'm thinking back here to 1997. We sat in this very commentary box and something magical happened that I don't think will ever be equaled in the history of the game. Ronnie O'Sullivan made a maximum break in 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, we were here together, weren't we? And it was on this side of the arena. We were like a couple of Peter O'Sullivans commentating on that. But I think he's just, well, it's just so important to win this frame. Obviously, he'll think about the maximum. But I don't think the 5 minutes 20 seconds will be beaten. But as I say, he's more concerned in winning this frame. Doesn't want to overrun that. And he has done. I don't know if there's a red to the right corner. He played for one to the right middle. He's just overrun it slightly. Now, can he pot this red in the middle and hold for the black? He'll be probably running into another red, so he needs to judge the cannon correctly. Perfect on the black.
Left hand bridging over a red. He's on a maximum. Looks good to me.
64.
Surely
65.
The genius can't make another one. He's made 6 of the fastest maximums ever recorded. Frame now safe.
73.
Best of luck, Ronnie.
$80. 81.
John, we're getting excited in the commentary box. He got a yellow off the first red.
88. 89.
Well, there you go, Dennis. never mind. A wonderful break, whether it be a 147 or whatever. This has been absolutely top draw, and particularly when he didn't get a chance in the first frame. And
94.
He's jumped in here and taken these absolutely brilliantly.
95.
And, well, the maximum not on, but a century with that black. Absolutely superb.
102. 103.
That's his 5th century break in
109.
This World Championship this year.
111.
Neil Robertson, of course, made a 140 break. Highest of the tournament so far in the last frame this afternoon. Ronnie can't beat that. 136 is the best he can do.
$118. 123.
Well, after the comeback and 6 frames on the trot from Neil Robertson, we were looking for a reply from Ronnie. Not even bothered about the black. Absolutely scintillating snooker from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's letting him know, Neil Robertson, that he's there given a chance. Marvellous century break. We level again. 9 apiece.
Keep frame 19. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
That's a pretty good break-off shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Stunning performance after losing 6 frames in a row.
Yeah, we said he caught the blue on his first break-off shot this evening. He was practicing his break-off shot because, as we see so many times, if you don't get the break-off shot right, then these players knock the first red in, and then you just sit there wondering how many they're going to get and how many you're going to be behind the next time you come to the table. So the break-off shot has become more important than I think it ever was at the moment. Anyway, Ronnie didn't leave a red on. And, well, it didn't look the best of safety shots from Neil, but the cue ball landing near the side cushion has not made this possible pot into the left corner that easy.
Well, that's a bit unlucky to cannon the yellow and leave a sitter. Neil's already surveying this other end of the table.
1.
The black will go in the left corner, and the red next to the black's available, but That may be a couple of shots from now before he gets onto those. And he's tried immediately to get onto the red next to the black. He's got another straight red, which may be difficult. See, he's a bit straight on that one, so he can't get on the black, so he's pushing the black into play here.
6.
Judged it really well. That was a good shot. It looked simple, but it could have gone wrong. Well played.
$13. 14.
Well, he's just stopped and thought about that. Is he hampered slightly by this red? Makes it a little bit more awkward. But at a nice angle and punched it in very well.
21.
And really the standard has improved dramatically since they recovered these tables, or certainly this particular table, because Fergal O'Brien and John Higgins said the table was playing much better.
$30. $37. 38.
Isn't it great, John, to watch two players when they're playing at the top of their form?
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often in snooker, mainly because one's getting a rhythm, the other one's in his chair and can lose a bit of momentum, but certainly applying in this early stages of this evening's session, and he took a little bit of a risk.
43.
And it's worked out perfectly.
44.
So this could be another frame now that he's going to be won in one visit.
51. 52. 57. 58. 58.
The blue to go 63 points in front with 75 left, so that means he'll need another red and a colour after the blue. Shouldn't be a problem.
$63.
Oh, the one next to the pink goes as well. So, well, looks as if it goes. Played for the other one, just went a little bit far, but yeah, you can pass the pink to pot this.
64.
So just the pink needed. Would put him 70 in front with just 67 left on the table. So. So at the moment, you make a mistake,
70.
You're going to lose the frame.
Neil Robertson, 70.
Ronnie stays in his seat. He concedes. So Neil Robertson, with that fine break of 70, is back in the lead again at 10-9. Well, in the previous frame, when Ronnie was absolutely flying, this was the first red that he knocked in, which was quite amazing. That's what he was looking at, and he potted it, and really to get in with that type of chance. Okay, finished on the yellow, and then come back up to the business end of the table, and then the series of shots around the black was something very special. I got myself a bit carried away. I thought he was in all blacks, forgetting about the yellow and brown. But look at the positional play and how he was never more than 12 inches, 18 inches away from the next shot. You could say that was controlling the cue ball.
Thank you. The 20th frame, Neil Robertson to break.
I think sometimes Johnny plays almost that fast, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was a terrific break, but whatever you do, they only win one frame. And a terrific reply there from Neil Robertson. As you say, at the moment, it's don't miss. If you miss and leave something, that could be end of frame. Tough school.
Now he may attempt the pot here, and he'll be going over behind the yellow, but if the red was to go in, he'd be on the brown. Well, he might double it up in. It's near the other corner pocket here, believe it or not. That's the last thing that Neil Robertson thought would happen there. If he had missed the red in the top corner, he was hoping to jaw it. And now the brown's there for Ronnie after this red.
Ronnie just having a look. If he's straight on this red, can he get a good angle on the brown? Because he doesn't want to have a tooth. Oh, he's okay. He can be where he likes on the brown.
One.
And he's left himself a half ball. Now it's all about pace. Obviously the brown's not a problem. Line and pace.
Six.
I was going to say it's a little bit tricky. He made it look so easy. Floated it in. But he's come a little bit straight on the black, so he'd like to play for a red just above the black, but he can't now. Screwing off the side cushion with a bit of side. And played it nicely.
13.
Might go up for the blue here, because it's easier to go into the pink and reds from the blue.
14.
And as always, you're looking at full ball contact on the pink, but he plays this shot so well. Look at the white and the reaction. Bit unlucky not to split the reds up.
Well, I'd like to see that again. I don't know what happened there. Hardly anything moved. Hit the pink, full in the face. Well, maybe just off centre. Usually spread a bit better than that. He's got this red to the far right corner, but hampered by about 4 reds here. Awkward queuing. Couldn't really be certain where the cue ball was going at that thin potted angle, but he'd settled for being on the green.
There's 2 ways of going into the red. He could play off the green and cue into them, or play off the yellow and go into them. So the green, but he'll still be hoping to cannon into the pink and reds here. Now, how's your luck this time, Ronnie? The red over the pocket, but how close is he to the other red?
23.
There's one to the left corner. That's a bit of a stretch. Well played.
34. $30. $31.
Well, he's just stopped here and had a look at the situation. The red near the right corner is okay, but you don't want to leave it too thin. You know, you want to be stunning and bringing the white out. So he may just play a little touch cannon on the reds just above the black here, unless one of them pots. Well, they do pot. There's no need to cannon those reds.
38.
But at the moment, the black only available into the left corner, so he's decided now to play this, as long as he gets the cue ball away from the cushion.
39.
Which he's done quite nicely. Good chance this now.
$46. $47.
Bit of noise from the other side of the arena.
54.
Ronnie just continues. He's in the zone, as you say.
55.
Right, there's 3 reds. He just cannon the outside of the 3, and he should be perfect to run out this frame. Played it nicely, maybe a little bit thinner on it. Would have separated him from the
62.
red, but it looks okay. He played the little cannon, just didn't get it. He needs the blue now to go 68 in front with only 67 left. And it's there. What a marvellous 4 frames we've had this evening.
Absolutely
68.
Superb from both players.
69.
Well, this is just awe-inspiring stuff. Well, this is not to be missed action
76.
because this is just snooker at its absolute finest.
77.
By, you have to say, probably at the moment, two players who are playing at the absolute top of the game and
80.
fighting for a place in the quarter-final of the World Championship. Nothing Neil can do at the moment, it just has to sit,
81.
watch, and I'm certain, in a little way, admire.
Yeah, once again, just that one mistake.
88.
He tried a long pot and almost doubled it up into the
89.
corner pocket, up past the yellow there, and that was his only shot.
Yes, it seemed a nothing
96.
shot when Neil Robertson got down to play it. Oh, what a pity. You're going to pop the pink anyway, why not? Marvellous 4 frames. It started 8 apiece. Still nothing to choose between them. All to play for in the second half.
Yes, Ray, our seat belts are securely fastened here in the commentary box, and this match started out the best of 25. It's now the best of 5.